hospitals, hotels or educational institutes, and people standing in long queues for gas cylinders. And if we talk about this exact capacity, approximately it stands for the requirement of 1.5 day for entire country. The LPG supply that has been brought by both the ships, which was escorted by Indian Navy guard ships and helicopters. So it is seen as a victory for Indian diplomacy and strategic talks that were being held by the External Affairs Ministry or concerned departments with the Iranian authorities, wherein they have become successful to, convince Iranian authorities to let pass both these containers and ships in a times when powerful nation like US, the president of US, has to request more than 7 countries to safeguard vessels or containers which are stuck at the Strait of Hormuz, which is a very strict checkpoint right now under the control of Iran, so that the world trade or world oil supply is not affected. Because as we all know that 1/5 of the total global oil transit passes from the same Strait of Hormuz, and in such times wherein it's a conflict times, Iran, US, Israel are at war, and in such times this is the power of diplomacy and back channel talking and handling of entire dispute. On the other hand, Government of India has also informed that this is just started. Only 2 ships have come, but more than 20 such vessels and containers of Indian fleet are still standing in the Persian Gulf on the western side of Strait of Hormuz, and more talks are underway and more ships can be expected.
Yes, definitely. As you said, that this was done after the diplomacy as well. Now, Swarali, I'd like to know from you that after these 2 oil tankers having docked in India, will this ease the LPG shortages that were raised in the parliament as well yesterday by the leader of opposition as well? Do you think that with these 2 oil tankers being docked at the Indian port, the LPG crisis that have been claimed in the parliament as well will be reduced now?
If we talk about the numbers, as I was telling our viewers earlier, that around 92,700 metric tons of gas, LPG gas, has been brought by these 2 containers, which matches around approximately 1.5 days of requirement for entire country. But then this is just start, as the government has informed not just people that it's just a start. More containers can also be expected. So this is the kind of strategy implemented by the government of India. On the other hand, if we talk about the unloading of this gas, yesterday what they did was Shivalik unloaded 20,000 metric tons of gas here at Mundra Port in Gujarat, and rest 24 to 25,000 metric tons of gas will be unloaded at the Mangalore port. So that's how they're tackling with the LPG crisis, as in gas should reach different parts of the country, so it is dealt with equally with the geographical parts of India. On the other hand, consistent back channel efforts are also underway. So this is how the government of India is tackling this gas crisis. It cannot be said very clearly that this is enough amount of gas required for India, but it's a good start, and diplomacy is consistently underway, so people are hopeful right now.
All right. Thank you so much, Swarali, for joining us on this broadcast. We will definitely get back to you with more details as well. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, now shifting focus to the war in the West Asia region. This is coming in now as the West Asian conflict continues to intensify. Israel has confirmed the launch of a ground offensive in Lebanon, marking a significant escalation in the regional conflict. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said the operation aims to eliminate threats along the northern border and prevent terrorist groups from returning to the area. The move comes as tensions rise across the region, with Iran and Israel continuing retaliatory actions and global concerns growing over energy supply disruptions. Here's a report. Take a look and let's listen into this full report.
As the West Asian war continues, Israel's defense minister has confirmed that Israeli military has begun a ground offensive in Lebanon.
צה"ל החל בתמרון קרקעי בלבנון כדי להסיר איומים ולהגן על תושבי הגליל והצפון. מאות אלפי תושבי דרום לבנון השיעים שהתפנו ומתפנים מבתיהם בדרום לבנון לביירות, לא יחזרו לבתיהם דרומית למרחב הליטני עד שלא יובטח שלומם של תושבי הצפון.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu stated to destroy the terror infrastructure in the contact villages near Lebanon border. The ground offensive has been done in order to prevent terror groups like Hezbollah to return to the area.
ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ואני הנחינו את צה"ל לפעול ולהרוס את תשתיות הטרור בכפרי המג"ס סמוכי הגבול בלבנון כדי למנוע איומים ואת חזרת החיזבאללה למקום בדיוק כפי שהדבר נעשה מול החמאס בעזה באזורי רפיח, בית חנון ושטחים נרחבים שסוכלו וכפי שנעשה כיום מול מנהרות הטרור בעזה.
The move comes as retaliation continues from both Iran and Israel, with Iran attacking civilian sites in Israel. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump has called on to 7 countries to join the coalition and send warships to police the Strait of Hormuz. However, Trump's call is being met with lukewarm response as several nations have rejected the offer. Oil crisis across the globe continues, with the tension now moving to Kirk Island from Strait of Hormuz. With the war showing no signs of easing and Israel launching its ground offensive, the regional conflict continues to escalate.
All right, we have a developing story coming in. The National Investigation Agency has arrested 7 foreigners, including 6 Ukrainians and 1 U.S. citizen, for allegedly training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India. This is a big breaking coming in. The arrests are following the arrests are followed after an investigation into their illegal travel through Mizoram, the northeastern state, into a conflict-affected Myanmar. The accused were arrested at airports in Lucknow, Delhi and Kolkata and have been charged under the Unlawful Acts Prevention Act as well. This is coming in as NIA has nabbed and arrested 7 people from 7 foreigners, 6 from the Ukraine and 1 U.S. citizen. They have been allegedly conspired to provide drones, in fact, in the ethnic communities in Myanmar as well. You can see on the visuals these foreigners are being charged under UAPA as well for allegedly conspiring to speak to terrorists in the Myanmar region. And as we all know, that Myanmar has been gripping under huge conflict as well in the country, and this is coming in after that conflict in Myanmar as well. These foreign nationals were allegedly trying to speak to militant groups as well in the Myanmar region and allegedly to supply drones as well, conspiring terrorist activities allegedly, and have been nabbed under the UAPA Act. All right, now we are joined by Sambhavi as well. Sambhavi, first of all, can you tell us what can you tell us more about the details? The NIA has nabbed these 6 foreigners as well. What is coming up so far in the initial reports, Sambhavi?
We know that India shares a 1,600-kilometer border with Myanmar, and there are several ethnic armed groups which operate in that particular region. And there's such cross-border activities, first and foremost, can have security implications for states like Manipur and Mizoram. Now, we know that the NIA has arrested 7 foreign nationals for allegedly training militants, which is linked to Myanmar. Among these arrested, there are 6 Ukrainian citizens and 1 U.S. citizen. And these arrests are basically linked to illegal militant training and drone operations which are connected to Myanmar. And according to NIA, the accused entered India through Mizoram And from there, they illegally crossed into the conflict-hit Myanmar, the area which is conflict-hit in Myanmar. Now, investigators allege that they trained ethnic militant groups operating there, and the accused are also suspected to have taught militants how to operate drones. The agency is currently probing whether India was used as a route to move drones and equipment. So now, of course, the investigation is still ongoing, and the agencies are also probing the possible international links in militant training and drone supply routes. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Sambhavi. We will definitely get back to you for more details. Thank you so much for joining in. All right, now coming up after the short break, Afghanistan Taliban government claims 400 killed and over 250 injured so far in Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul last night. Coming up after the short break, stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा हूँ। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा? हो गया। तुमको कमाल गिरा दो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, ज़्यादा कुछ का गाड़ी मत चला।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा हूँ। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा? हो गया। तुमको कमाल गिरा दो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, ज़्यादा कुछ का गाड़ी मत चला।
We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivalik Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Latest from the escalation, the world at war is that US Embassy in Iraq has been hit by drone strikes. Multiple updates coming in here. We'll get you up to date with all of them, but the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines that we're tracking right now. Pakistan again targets civilians. This time in Afghanistan, the Pakistan strikes hit drug rehabilitation hospital in Kabul. Afghanistan Taliban government claims 400 killed and over 250 injured so far in Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul last night. After Shivalik, second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India, docked at Kandla Port in Gujarat. US Embassy in Baghdad hit again. Dramatic video shows explosion as air defense attempts to intercept.
We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted.
Trump slams UK, Germany and Australia for not sending warships to Hormuz. Now says do not need anybody.
Here's the simple thing, and I have, some people, I don't want wars. I want wars less than almost anybody. Peace through strength.
After weeks of back-to-back strikes, Trump now says, I do not want wars. Getting some big updates coming in. UK PM Keir Starmer says that Britain is working with allies to push for a swift resolution to the escalating West Asia conflict. Now, speaking amid rising tensions with Iran, Starmer stressed that UK will not be drawn into a wide war, even as security concerns grow around British assets in Cyprus. Around 1,000 UK personnel remain stationed at RAF Akrotiri, where drones targeting the base were recently intercepted. We're getting these updates coming in. Let's have a look at this report.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says Britain is working with allies for a swift resolution to the Middle East conflict.
We're also continuing our diplomatic response. The Foreign Secretary has been in the region in recent days. I'm in close contact with leaders from across the Gulf and Europe and beyond. We will continue to work towards a swift resolution of the situation in the Middle East. Because there is no question, ending the war is the quickest way to reduce the cost of living.
Starmer stressed that the UK will not be drawn into a wider war with Iran despite rising regional tensions.
First, we will protect our people in the region. Second, while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war. And third, we will keep working towards a swift resolution that brings security and stability back to the region and stops the Iranian threat to its neighbours.
The PM said around 1,000 British personnel remain stationed in Cyprus as security concerns grow. 2 drones heading towards RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus were intercepted after an earlier drone strike caused minimal damage to the UK base. Britain is deploying counter-drone helicopters and the destroyer HMS Dragon to strengthen regional defense. Starmer says restoring freedom of navigation and reopening the Strait of Hormuz will be essential once the fighting stops.
When the fighting stops, we are going to need some sort of negotiated agreement to constrain the threat posed by Iran, to limit their ability to rebuild their nuclear program, to pose a ballistic missile threat and arm their proxy militias, and limit the threat that they can pose to international shipping, which is hitting global supplies of oil, of gas and fertiliser, which is pushing up prices here at home.
He added that ending the conflict quickly is the best way to stabilize the global markets and ease cost of living pressures.
Now, we've already acted alongside other countries to release emergency oil stocks at a level that is completely unprecedented. But ultimately, we have to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to ensure stability in the market.
Getting some updates coming in, viewers. The permanent representative of India to the UN, P. Harish. India has now slammed Pakistan at UN over religious attacks. He said that religious identity is being weaponized for political ends. He says, and I quote here, India's Western neighbor is an excellent example of fabricating imaginative tales of Islamophobia in their neighborhood. One wonders what would brutal repression of the Ahmadiyas in this country be termed, or the large-scale refoulement of the helpless Afghans or air bombing campaigns in this holy month of Ramadan. India to UN religious identity is being weaponized. This is what India is saying at the UN. So very, very important statement which has come out. This is a permanent representative of India to the UN, P. Harish, who has once again made a very strong statement slamming Pakistan at the UN over religious attacks. We have that statement for you, so let's go ahead and play them out.
I stress that it is important for the UN to take note of the rising trend and dangers of weaponizing religious identity and instrumentalizing it to serve narrow political ends by state and non-state actors alike. India's western neighbor is an excellent example of fabricating imaginative tales of Islamophobia in their neighborhood. One wonders what would brutal repression of Ahmadiyas in this country be termed, or the large-scale refoulement of the helpless Afghans or air bombing campaigns in this holy month of Ramadan. India is home to more than 200 million Muslims, one of the largest Muslim populations in the world. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, which our western neighbor has systematically attempted to weaponize against India, has repeatedly made false and baseless allegations against my country. Muslims in India, including those in Jammu and Kashmir, elect their own representatives to speak for them. The only phobia evident here appears to be directed against a multicultural and peaceful coexistence that all communities in India enjoy, including Muslim communities. Such narratives run counter to India's fundamental ethos and reflect instead the sectarianism and the terrorist mentality that this country has perpetuated since its inception. That is a real issue at hand. As we observe the International Day to Combat Islamophobia, India reaffirms its commitment to a world free from religious hatred and violence in all its forms. We urge the UN to channel its time and limited resources towards building inclusive societies grounded in equality, dignity, and the rule of law for every individual of every faith.
As the West Asian conflict continues to intensify, Israel has confirmed the launch of a ground offensive in Lebanon, marking a significant escalation in the regional conflict. Israeli Defense Minister says the operation aims to eliminate threats along the northern border and prevent terrorist groups from returning to the area. The move comes as tensions rise across the region, with Iran and Israel continuing retaliatory actions and global concerns growing over energy supply disruptions. Here's more. Take a look.
As the West Asian war continues, Israel's defense minister has confirmed that Israeli military has begun a ground offensive in Lebanon.
צה"ל החל בתמרון קרקעי בלבנון כדי להסיר איומים ולהגן על תושבי הגליל והצפון. מאות אלפי תושבי דרום לבנון השיעים שהתפנו ומתפנים מבתיהם בדרום לבנון לביירות לא יחזרו לבתיהם דרומית למרחב הליטני עד שלא יובטח שלומם של תושבי הצפון.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu stated to destroy the terror infrastructure in the contact villages near Lebanon border. The ground offensive has been done in order to prevent terror groups like Hezbollah to return to the area.
ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ואני הנחינו את צה"ל לפעול ולהרוס את תשתיות הטרור בכפרי המגע סמוכי הגבול בלבנון כדי למנוע איומים ואת חזרת החיזבאללה למקום בדיוק כפי שהדבר נעשה מול החמאס בעזה באזורי רפיח, בית חנון ושטחים נרחבים שסוכלו וכפי שנעשה כיום מול מנהרות הטרור בעזה.
The move comes as retaliation continues from both Iran and Israel, with Iran attacking civilian sites in Israel. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump has called on to 7 countries to join the coalition and send warships to police the Strait of Hormuz. However, Trump's call is being met with lukewarm response as several nations have rejected the offer. Oil crisis across the globe continues, with the tension now moving to Kurg Island from Strait of Hormuz. With the war showing no signs of easing and Israel launching its ground offensive, the regional conflict continues to escalate.
We're getting some breaking news coming in. Counter-rocket artillery and mortar system at the US Embassy in Baghdad non-stop engaged in multiple Iranian drones. That means the US Embassy in Baghdad is being attacked by Iranian drones. A shrapnel from was shot down, and we see that incoming fire was targeted. Okay, so the big update is that counter-rocket artillery mortar systems have been engaged here, and this is coming in just after the US Embassy was attacked in Baghdad. So the air defense system has become very active, and they are engaged in intercepting those drones which were fired towards the US Embassy in Baghdad. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. And those are the latest updates that we're getting from Baghdad, Iraq. The pictures there on your screen showing you what happened earlier today. So the US Embassy in Iraq was hit by drone strikes in UAE because the UAE had reopened their airspace after missile threats from Iran. So drones and rockets were launched at the US Embassy in Iraq's capital, Baghdad, in what's been described as the most intense assault since attacks started. The air defense system, the US air defense system engaged with the Iranian drone. So that is the latest update coming in here on Republic TV. Let's move ahead, viewers. Getting some more breaking news coming in. British Maritime Trade Operations Authority has said that they have received a report of an incident that occurred 23 nautical miles east of Fujairah in the UAE. It added, the crew of a tanker reported that it was struck by an unknown projectile while anchored, resulting in structural damage. Incident at 23 nautical miles east of Fujairah. So once again, a tanker has been struck by an unknown projectile. So strikes continue. Meanwhile, US President Trump says that he is not happy with the UK after PM Keir Starmer said it would not be drawn into a wider war over Iran. So a lot of US allies have said they will not be joining in, and that has made President Trump very unhappy. Simultaneously, the strikes are continuing. So we see the latest update on your screen. You can see the pictures coming in of the incident around 23 nautical miles of Fujairah in UAE. Many targets in UAE have been hit by Iran. Latest coming in is that these are some of the targets which have been hit by Iran, specifically in the UAE area. Strikes also continue into Iraq. Iraq has also been hit by a series of strikes, and they are continuing into early Tuesday morning. Okay, we're getting more updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. One of the vessels have now reached off the west coast of India. This is the Jag Ladki, expected to dock at Mundra Port, Gujarat at 8 p.m. So this is one of the vessels which would be docking very, very soon. Big updates coming in here, Republic TV viewers. This is the Jag Ladki vessel, which is a Indian flag crude tanker, which had a close call with the UAE's Fujairah port. And now we see that this vessel Jag Ladki will be very soon arriving at the Mundra port around 8 p.m. The vessel Jag Ladki departed Fujairah at around 10:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time, carrying around 80,800 tons of crude oil and is now bound for India. It will be arriving shortly at 8 p.m. at the Mundra port. So officials confirmed the ship and all Indian seafarers on board are safe. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. This is an Indian flagged crude tanker that had a close call with the UAE's Fujairah port and had come under attack on last Saturday, when it was loading crude at the oil terminal. The vessel sailed out safely the next day with everyone on board unhurt, and now the vessel departed Fujairah. Now will be arriving today at 8 p.m. at the Mundra port. Back-to-back updates coming in. This is the Indian vessel which was loading crude oil at the Fujairah single point mooring. The Fujairah oil terminal was attacked, and the vessel sailed safely from Fujairah on Sunday, carrying about 80,800 tons of crude oil, and was bound for India. This is what the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas said in a press release, and this vessel will be arriving today itself at 8 p.m. later on tonight. Okay, let's move ahead. We're getting some more updates coming in. Strikes have reportedly hit key facilities in Iran as the conflict with the US and Israel continues to intensify. Videos circulating on social media appear to show Iran's Space Research Center in Tehran damaged and burning, while another strike reportedly targeted Cyber Police building in the western city of Hamadan. Rescue workers were also seen searching for survivors after an airstrike hit a residential building in the capital. Here's a full report. Take a look.
Videos circulating online appear to show Iranian Space Research Center in Tehran and headquarters of Iran's Cyber Police in Hamadan engulfed in flames, with thick smoke rising following reported strikes. Iran says that the US and Israeli strikes have damaged around 43,000 residential and commercial buildings across the country, though no details have been released about military losses. Officials say more than 1,300 people have been killed in Iran, around 850 in Lebanon, and at least 12 in Israel. At least 13 US military personnel have also died, including 6 who were killed in a plane crash in Iraq last week. In Tehran, Iranian Red Crescent rescue members were seen searching for survivors after an airstrike reportedly hit a building near Shohada Square and Pirozi Street in the eastern part of the capital. Iran's Joint Military Command has warned that logistical and service facilities supporting the US aircraft carrier Gerald Ford in the Red Sea could be considered targets.
حضور ناو هواپیمابر جرالد فورد آمریکا در دریای سرخ به عنوان تهدیدی علیه جمهوری اسلامی ایران محسوب می‌گردد. لذا مراکز لوجستیکی و خدمات دهی به ناوگروه یاد شده در دریای سرخ به عنوان هدف نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران محسوب می‌شوند.
Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump said that he has asked several countries to send warships to help keep the Strait of Hormuz open, a key route for global oil supplies. Fears of a global energy crisis remain as tensions continue to escalate, even as a small number of ships continue to pass through the strategic waterway.
The NDA has swept all 5 Rajya Sabha seats in Bihar, dealing a major setback to the opposition Mahagathbandhan. The victory comes after 4 MLAs from the RJD Congress alliance abstained from voting, weakening the opposition's numbers in the assembly. Here's a full report. Take a look.
A clean sweep for the NDA in Bihar's Rajya Sabha polls, as a ruling alliance secured all 5 seats in the biennial elections held at the State Assembly in Patna. The victory was aided by 4 MLAs from the opposition bloc abstaining from voting, leaving the Mahagathbandhan short of the required numbers. With overwhelming strength in the 243-member assembly, the NDA comfortably crossed the required quota, ensuring victory for all its candidates. The winners include Nitish Kumar of JDU, BJP leader Nitin Nabin, and Union Minister Ramnath Thakur, Upendra Kushwaha, and BJP Shivesh Kumar. While the NDA celebrated the outcome, the opposition accused the ruling alliance of using money, power, and pressure tactics to influence election. Bihar BJP President Sanjay Saraugi called it a big victory, saying the NDA's strong numbers ensured a decisive win.
NDA की जीत है और NDA पूर्ण 5 की 500 सीट हम लोगों ने जीती है, तो बड़ी जीत है। और जिस दिन नामांकन हुआ था, NDA बिहार में 5 दल है, 5 में से 3 हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष राज्यसभा गए हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय नितिन नवीन जी, जनता दल के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी और उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी, और दूसरे रामनाथ ठाकुर जी और सुरेश कुमार राम जी। बहुत बहुत बधाई हमारे 5
Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary said the NDA remained united and worked together to secure the victory.
पूरी तरह NDA एकजुट है। NDA के लोगों ने सभी अपने 5 उम्मीदवार को जिताने के लिए संकल्पित थे। सबको अपना मतदान कर लिया है, लगभग 1-2 बचे हैं, वो भी आधा घंटा में दे देंगे। हमारे सारे उम्मीदवार, 5 के 5 उम्मीदवार चुनाव जीतेंगे।
While senior BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad also congratulated the party workers, calling the result a major political win for the alliance.
देखिए, मैं अपने सारे उम्मीदवारों को अग्रिम बधाई दे रहा हूं। यहाँ माननीय उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी हैं, शिवेश राम जी कहाँ हैं? इधर हैं। माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय नितिन नवीन जी। ये गठबंधन NDA की बहुत प्रभावी प्रामाणिक जीत हो रही है। इस बार राज्यसभा में NDA बहुत प्रभावी गठबंधन के रूप में उभरेगा और बहुमत के पास पहुंचेगा।
Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sinha also said the NDA was confident of victory and all 5 alliance candidates were expected to win.
मेरे संपर्क में तो पूरा बिहार की जनता है, 2/3 बहुमत दी है, तो कांग्रेस राजद के लोग घबराहट में कहाँ गायब हैं, ये उनकी जिम्मेवारी है। मेरी जीत सुनिश्चित है। हमारे 5 उम्मीदवार जीत रहे हैं और अग्रिम बधाई हम दे रहे हैं।
The Rajya Sabha results underline the NDA's numerical advantage in Bihar, while also highlighting cracks within the opposition alliance after the absentation of several MLAs.
Coming up here, US Embassy in Baghdad hit again. Dramatic video shows explosion as the air defense attempts to intercept. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आरती मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, the war in West Asia is continuing with the latest strikes on US assets in the Gulf region. Latest strikes on US Embassy in Baghdad. In fact, videos showing explosions as US Defense Systems tries to intercept Iranian drone strikes. We get you all the latest in the war, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. Pakistan again targets civilians, this time in Afghanistan. Pakistan strikes hit drug rehabilitation hospital in Kabul. Afghanistan Taliban government claims 400 killed and over 250 injured so far in Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul last night. After Shivalik, second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India, docked at Kandla Port in Gujarat. US Embassy in Baghdad hit again. Dramatic video shows explosion as CRAM air defense attempts to intercept Iranian drones.
We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted.
Donald Trump slams UK, Germany and Australia for not sending warships to the Strait of Hormuz. Now he says, don't need anybody.
Here's the simple thing, and I have, some people, I don't want wars. I want wars less than almost anybody. Peace through strength.
After weeks of back-to-back strikes, Donald Trump now says, I don't want wars. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, NIA arrests 7 foreigners accused of training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India. A big breaking news coming in the eastern zone of the country. Afghan Defense Forces has increased the deployment. Now 2 battalions have been moved after Kabul Hospital, Kabul Rehab Center, in fact, was bombed, and 400 patients, in fact, receiving treatment there, were killed and hundreds of others injured. So Afghanistan ramping up the security in eastern parts of the country after this attack. Now remember, Pakistan has been targeting several civilian infrastructure facilities in Afghanistan, and this is a new attack that we are seeing on the rehab center, where many hundreds of patients were receiving treatment, drug addicts receiving rehabilitation treatment in this particular center. You have the visuals of the center also that was struck by Pakistan. Now Afghanistan has said that Pakistan in fact violated the Afghanistan's airspace, and also Pakistan denied all sorts of allegations on it, saying that we have not conducted the strike, and even said that we are only targeting military infrastructure present in Afghanistan and not civilian infrastructure. But visuals tell a different story. We had earlier also visuals of how civilians were in fact injured and several others killed in this particular attack, the latest one. About 400 people lost their lives, more than 250 people were also injured. Now, this is an attack on the civilian infrastructure. Now, we have human rights organizations also calling out Pakistan about this shameless act of grave human rights violation there by Pakistan. and even asking for a detailed investigation into the matter. Now, several reports also indicate that there was in fact no military facility located nearby this hospital. Now, also remember earlier Pakistan voted in favor of UNAMA to continue its support in Afghanistan, but this is a hypocrisy by Pakistan, because at one end it supports UNAMA, and here it is in fact involving itself in killing innocent civilians. Another piece of breaking news coming in. Fresh visuals emerge of the victims of the deadly bombing in Kabul that killed 400 people. These are the visuals, horrific visuals. You can see how people are lying in the rubble. We earlier saw visuals of how firefighters were sifting through the rubble to take these dead bodies out. 400 people lost their lives in the civil infrastructure, talking about the rehabilitation center which was struck by Pakistan. Now, we are seeing official statements also coming out by the spokesperson of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, where they are calling out Pakistan, in fact warning also the country that there will be grave repercussions after this attack. So you have the visuals, absolutely tragic visuals that we are getting. 400 patients who were receiving rehabilitation treatment inside the Kabul hospital were bombed. This is another attack on Kabul. Now remember, multiple attacks took place earlier in Kabul, in Kandahar, targeting civilians, innocent civilians. Now Afghanistan is ramping up security, moving the battalions to the eastern region of the country so that it can secure its borders with this rogue nation that Pakistan is. So you are seeing the fresh visuals there. So over 400 civilians were in fact killed in this airstrike that took place in Kabul after Pakistan launched an airstrike. Now this airstrike in fact took place on the night of 16th of March. Afghanistan's deputy government spokesperson also released a statement saying that Pakistan struck this facility. It targeted a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul's 9th police district. So talking about the facility, that it was a rehabilitation center, in fact, that came under attack. Pakistan, however, has denied carrying out the attack, carrying out this strike, and denied violating the Afghanistan airspace, and also stated that they had only targeted military installations and not anything civilian infrastructure has come under attack as per Pakistan. So these are the visuals that we are getting you, fresh visuals from the site of the incident. More details in this report.
A bombardment in Kabul on the night of the 16th of March resulted in the death of over 400 people. The casualties were all civilians. Moreover, they were patients at a drug rehabilitation facility. Afghanistan has stated that Pakistan was responsible for the bombing that destroyed a rehabilitation center, killing 400 people and injuring 250 others. Take a look at these visuals of emergency teams trying to rescue people from the rubble. Kabul has termed the attack a crime against humanity. Massive fires blazed and plumes of black smoke filled the air as patients desperately ran to save their lives amid the bombardment. Take a look at the same facility before the attack. Patients interacting with counselors to get better and recover from addiction. Now the structure is in ruins. Hundreds of lives lost and hundreds more injured. Popular cricketer Rashid Khan condemned the attack and expressed concern over civilian casualties. He called upon the UN and other human rights agencies to thoroughly investigate this latest atrocity and hold the perpetrators to account. Pakistan, meanwhile, has categorically denied carrying out the attack. Kabul, on the other hand, has said that this is no time for diplomacy with Islamabad and that they would retaliate.
Alright viewers, now focused on national breaking news. India's security agencies have uncovered a major international terror conspiracy leading to the arrest of 7 foreign nationals. Now, in this, 7 foreign nationals were arrested, and including 1 American as well. Now, probe intensifies into Myanmar link, drone supply and suspected training network. According to sources, we are getting to know that all the accused have been arrested for conspiring to carry out terrorist activities against India. So there was a conspiracy, in fact, going on, an infiltration bid, in fact, conspiracy against India was in fact exposed. A case was also registered against them under Section 18 of UAPA. Now, sources say the matter is extremely serious, with international links emerging during the investigation. Mizoram shares a nearly 500-kilometer long border with Myanmar's Chin and Rakhine states, which is being seen as a crucial link in the investigation. Now, also, foreign nationals are required, as per rules, to a special permit is required for them from FRO, which is Foreigners Regional Office, to visit Mizoram. According to sources, after reaching Myanmar, the accused allegedly established contacts with certain ethnic groups that are believed to be involved in anti-India activities. Now, these groups are also said to have links with banned insurgent organizations in India. In fact, 6 Ukrainians and 1 US man in NIA custody taken for 11 days. I have with me my colleague Shambhavi to get us more details on this. Shambhavi, this is a big conspiracy that got busted by NIA. What more latest details that you can share with us?
See, it's very important to understand the basics for us to understand the gravity of this serious arrest. One is that India shares around 1,600-kilometer border with Myanmar, and Mizoram especially, it shares around 500-kilometer long border, and which expands to 2 states of Myanmar. What these 7 foreigners were trying to do is they were trying to sneak into India through Mizoram, and then they were trying to go into the conflict-affected part of Myanmar. What they were trying to do, apart from this, was they were trying to route drones and equipments, and were allegedly planning a major terror attack here in India. Now, it is very important to point out that any foreign national requires a special permit by FRO for them to enter into Mizoram. They did not have that. And they were trying to route a very large part of equipments which they got from Europe into India, and they were allegedly trying to train some armed groups. So in the border that India shares with Myanmar, there are several ethnic armed groups which are there, and they were trying to train them. They were trying to train those Myanmar people and those ethnic group of armed group. They were trying to train them and were allegedly planning a large terror attack in India. Back to you.
Shambhavi, have you gotten any details as to what is the background of these individuals? When did they arrive in India, and for how long they were trying to carry out this conspiracy and working on this modus operandi?
See, the details of the time since which they've been operating is still not disclosed by the NIA, and there hasn't been any official statement from them yet. But we know that it started with them trying to enter India through Mizoram. That is one thing which we're sure of. They were trying to enter India through Mizoram, and then from Mizoram they were trying to go to the conflict-hit areas of Myanmar. That was the route that they were decided. Before that, where they were, what was the route they took before trying to enter India through Mizoram is still a matter of investigation for NIA. NIA is currently investigating 3 parts. One is tracing the route. Second is what was their intention of bringing those large consignment of drones and equipments from Europe to India. Were they planning a major terror attack? What were the locations? What was the timing? So the details of it is yet not disclosed by NIA, but we will keep bringing you the latest updates and details on this case. Back to you.
Shambhavi, would also like to ask you this last question. These individuals, they were in fact trying to, what we're getting to know, trying to supply drones inside of India's borders from Myanmar is what we're getting to know. What all other equipments has there any seizure that has taken place in this particular case by NIA?
Again, the details of what were the other equipments, if the parts of the drones, they've been seized by the NIA, it's still not disclosed by NIA, but we know that they were trying to use India as a route, or was India their end destination? This is still something which is a point for investigation. Although, on a very positive note, these 7 foreign nationals, which includes 6 Ukrainians and 1 US citizen, they've been arrested, they've been sent into custody. NIA originally asked for 15 days of custody for interrogation with them, but then again the court sent them to a 11-day custody, which is going to end at 27th of March. Until then, they are going to be interrogated. All the details or the questions that definitely in every Indian citizen that they would be thinking about, be it what was their intention, were there other equipments caught apart from drones, and what was the route, what was their intention? Was India just a route to go to the conflict-hit Myanmar, or was India their final destination to carry out their dark terror plot? Back to you.
Absolutely, Shambhavi. Thank you so much for getting us all of these details. Continue to track this very important development for us. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to another piece of breaking news that we're getting at this point of time. Safety alert has been issued as loud booms heard in Doha. UAE Defense Ministry warns of missile drone attack by Iran. Explosions heard in Doha and Dubai. These are the latest, information that we are getting you, where UAE MOD has warned of missile drone attacks by Iranian strikes. In fact, explosions have been heard in Doha, in Dubai, as war enters day 18. So these are the fresh explosions and sounds heard in the city. Remember, Doha initially, in the starting phase of the war, came under a heavy attack. Doha, in fact, Abu Dhabi, these were some of the places where US assets were targeted. In fact, UAE has been struck hard in this, and now UAE Defense Ministry warning that there can be missile and drone attacks by Iran. So, of course, cautioning the civilians there, because not to forget that civilian infrastructure is what also coming under attack. When these missiles hit infrastructure, the debris also causes a lot of damage to civilian infrastructure, residential buildings. So UAE, in fact, cautioning the citizens. Now remember, viewers, this war has entered the 18th day. This is the 3rd week that we are in of this war. There is no de-escalation, in fact, which is in sight. Donald Trump has, in fact, said that he does not want war, but strikes are continuing from both the sides. These are the fresh explosions that we are getting to know. Explosions heard in Doha. So you have all of these visuals from UAE. Now earlier we saw statements also coming out from Saudi Arabia, where Saudi Arabia has been talking to other Gulf nations, talking about what could be the potential solution to this entire conflict that has been going on. Now, White House has been carrying out presses, of course, on a daily basis, but no substantial de-escalation signs can be seen. So viewers, these are the fresh strikes that we are getting to know took place. Now earlier, remember how Iran also carried out attacks on different oil facilities in Israel. So the situation is only escalating from here. We are also getting another piece of breaking news where Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says that the Strait of Hormuz is only closed for the US and Israel. So a big statement by Iran saying that Strait of Hormuz is absolutely operational but only closed for US and Israel. So it's a green signal for all the countries who are heavily reliant on oil supplies from Iran and in fact from all of the other West Asian nations to these countries. But here Iran giving out a signal to US and Israel that if any ship passes through the Strait of Hormuz of all these two countries, then they'll come under attack, is in fact what Iran is warning to United States and Israel. So the battle for Hormuz continues. You earlier heard from Donald Trump how he in fact reached out to multiple nations for help to keep the Strait of Hormuz functional, open, to keep it safe. But now Iran in fact signaling that it is absolutely safe for all the other countries but not for US and Israel. So, of course, it's a good news for all the other countries. Their ships are safe is what Iran is claiming. And also we have seen how leaders are very much uninterested in this war. In fact, not interested to send their warships to the Strait of Hormuz, do not want to involve themselves in this war and want peace and stability in the region. So it's a big statement by Iran, who is talking about that only US and Israeli ships are in fact under the threat of any attack by the Iranian Navy, Iranian military. Trump has already claimed that Iranian Navy is absolutely destroyed. But here, a big statement by Iran talking about US and Israeli warships. Earlier, Trump also said that US Navy will escort these ships who will be stuck at the Strait of Hormuz. So, of course, US Navy trying to work its way around this mess situation that it is in, where US and Israeli ships, in fact, are under the threat of Iranian attacks. So, battle for Strait of Hormuz continues. We have earlier seen how multiple islands also in the Persian Gulf near the Strait of Hormuz also came under attack. So, these are the fresh warnings from Iran. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says Britain is working with allies to push for a swift resolution to the escalating West Asia conflict. Now, speaking amid rising tensions with Iran, Keir Starmer stressed that the UK will not be drawn into a wider war, even as security concerns continue to grow around British assets in Cyprus. Around 1,000 UK personnel remain stationed at RAF Akrotiri, where drones targeting the base were recently intercepted. Let's take a look at this report.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says Britain is working with allies for a swift resolution to the Middle East conflict.
We're also continuing our diplomatic response. The Foreign Secretary has been in the region in recent days. I'm in close contact with leaders from across the Gulf and Europe and beyond. We will continue to work towards a swift resolution of the situation in the Middle East. Because there is no question, ending the war is the quickest way to reduce the cost of living.
Starmer stressed that the UK will not be drawn into a wider war with Iran despite rising regional tensions.
First, we will protect our people in the region. Second, while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war. And third, we will keep working towards a swift resolution that brings security and stability back to the region and stops the Iranian threat to its neighbours.
The PM said around 1,000 British personnel remain stationed in Cyprus as security concerns grow. 2 drones heading towards RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus were intercepted after an earlier drone strike caused minimal damage to the UK base. Britain is deploying counter-drone helicopters and the destroyer HMS Dragon to strengthen regional defence. Starmer says restoring freedom of navigation and reopening the Strait of Hormuz will be essential once the fighting stops.
When the fighting stops, we are going to need some sort of negotiated agreement to constrain the threat posed by Iran, to limit their ability to rebuild their nuclear program, to pose a ballistic missile threat and arm their proxy militias, and limit the threat that they can pose to international shipping, which is hitting global supplies of oil, of gas and fertiliser, which is pushing up prices here at home.
He added that ending the conflict quickly is the best way to stabilize the global markets and ease cost of living pressures.
Now, we've already acted alongside other countries to release emergency oil stocks at a level that is completely unprecedented. But ultimately, we have to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to ensure stability in the market.
Now, Now, viewers, as the West Asian conflict continues to intensify, Israel has confirmed the launch of a ground offensive in Lebanon, marking a significant escalation in the regional conflict. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz says that the operation aims to eliminate threats along the northern border and prevent terrorist groups from returning to the area. Now, the move also comes as tensions rise across the region, with Iran and Israel continuing retaliatory actions and global concerns growing over energy supply disruptions. Here is a detailed report that takes a closer look at all the latest developments. Take a look.
As the West Asian war continues, Israel's defense minister has confirmed that Israeli military has begun a ground offensive in Lebanon.
צה"ל החל בתמרון קרקעי בלבנון כדי להסיר איומים ולהגן על תושבי הגליל והצפון. מאות אלפי תושבי דרום לבנון השיעים שהתפנו ומתפנים מבתיהם בדרום לבנון לביירות לא יחזרו לבתיהם דרומית למרחב הליטני עד שלא יובטח שלומם של תושבי הצפון.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu stated to destroy the terror infrastructure in the contact villages near Lebanon border. The ground offensive has been done in order to prevent terror groups like Hezbollah to return to the area.
ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ואני הנחינו את צה"ל לפעול ולהרוס את תשתיות הטרור בכפרי המג"ס סמוכי הגבול בלבנון כדי למנוע איומים ואת חזרת החיזבאללה למקום בדיוק כפי שהדבר נעשה מול החמאס בעזה באזורי רפיח, בית חנון, בשטחים נרחבים שסוכלו וכפי שנעשה כיום מול מנהרות הטרור בעזה.
The move comes as retaliation continues from both Iran and Israel, with Iran attacking civilian sites in Israel. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump has called on to 7 countries to join the coalition and send warships to police the Strait of Hormuz. However, Trump's call is being met with lukewarm response as several nations have rejected the offer. Oil crisis across the globe continues, with the tension now moving to Kurg Island from Strait of Hormuz. With the war showing no signs of easing and Israel launching its ground offensive, the regional conflict continues to escalate.
All right, taking a short break. Coming up, fresh visuals have emerged of an Iraqi militia drone conducting reconnaissance over the US embassy in Baghdad.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं।
All right, the top headlines. Pakistan again targets civilians, this time in Afghanistan. Pakistan strikes hit drug rehabilitation hospital in Kabul. Afghanistan's Taliban government claims 400 killed and over 250 injured so far in Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul last night. After Shivalik, second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India, docked at Kandla Port in Gujarat. US Embassy in Baghdad hit again. A dramatic video shows explosion as Syrian air defense attempts to intercept.
We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted.
Trump slams the UK, Germany and Australia for not sending warships to Hormuz. Now says don't need anybody.
Here's the simple thing, and I have, some people, I don't want wars. I want wars less than almost anybody. Peace through strength.
After weeks of back-to-back strikes, Trump now says, I don't want wars. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, NIA arrests 7 foreigners accused of training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India. All right, the first story of the day. The Afghan Taliban government has condemned Pakistan's airstrikes in Kabul, claiming at least 400 people were killed and over 250 injured. The airstrikes targeted a drug rehabilitation hospital, resulting in the death and injury of patients undergoing treatment. The Taliban's deputy spokesperson has stated that Pakistan's military regime has violated Afghanistan's airspace and committed a crime against humanity. The International Human Rights Foundation has strongly condemned the attack, calling for an independent international investigation and accountability for those responsible. The foundation emphasized that facilities dedicated to treatment and humanitarian care should never be targeted in conflicts, and attacks on medical institutions violate international humanitarian law and human rights norms. The Taliban has warned that they will retaliate against Pakistan's actions, stating that this is not the time for diplomacy or talks with Islamabad. As you can see on the visuals on the screen, on your the visuals coming in of the strike that has struck the hospital, which were treating patients who were under addiction rehabilitation program. You can see fires and smoke completely engulfing the whole structure, the building. And these are visual shots taken in the night just after the attack. This attack happened last night. In fact, Pakistan's military has struck the hospital, killing 400 people and 250 people injured as well. These are huge smokes completely blanketed over the skies, and you can see people carrying out those injured and those killed as well. These visuals show huge debris and destruction, completely in ruins as well. You can see people trying to take out rescue missions as well, trying to rescue those who have survived and also trying to pick out those who have been killed as well. You can see those military Afghanistan's military entering the zone and fire services coming in for rescue operations going on right after the attack has struck. You can see still in the background the red flames completely engulfing the skies after the attack was struck by the Pakistani military regime. And this happened last night. You can see these are some of the debris, some of the destruction that has left the hospital that was struck in the airstrike by Pakistan, killing 400 people who were undergoing treatment. And these are people being carried out in stretchers as well. Rescue operations seem to be undergoing till now, and 400 people so far has been killed. These are the visuals coming in on your screen, viewers, in Kabul, Afghanistan, a hospital who were treating people who have been receiving treatment for addiction. This is becoming a huge humanitarian crisis as well in Afghanistan. And you can see in the visuals those smoke, thick black smokes and fire, red fire flames completely engulfing the skies after the attacks were struck. All right, we have another breaking news. Republic has exclusive reports coming in from Afghanistan. Fresh visuals of debris and rescue operations from the rehab hospital. You can see on the screen people who have been killed in the airstrike. On the screen, rescue operations being carried out as well. And civilian casualties, in fact, who have been killed in the attack. So far, the Afghan government has claimed 400 people who were undergoing treatment in this hospital were killed. And you can see so much of destruction. The roof of the building completely collapsed at the pillars, and the roof, the ceiling structure that was used to hold the building in place were completely on the floor, on the ground, completely devastated, demolished from the airstrikes. Many civilian casualties, rescue operations underway. These are the first-line responders coming in to rescue those who have been injured and killed at the hospital in Kabul, in Afghanistan. A hospital being targeted in this conflict between the two neighboring countries in South Asia, Pakistan and Afghanistan. And this comes as one of the biggest strike with many casualties. In fact, one of the many casualties, civilian casualties, in fact, being struck. You can see visuals of people being killed. Unfortunately, a very tragic incident that truly has happened. These are the aftermath showing the destruction and debris as well. All right, yes, you can see on your screens the aftermath of the Pakistani strikes, completely decimated and destroyed. You can still see this is the next morning after the attack was struck. You can still see some smokes rising up as the fires continue to flame from the structure, from the building, coming up even until the morning, which only shows that, in fact, the airstrike was has completely damaged the building. In fact, the fire, the smoke still coming up, still very fresh from the attack on fire. The whole building completely collapsed and destroyed. And this is coming after the Pakistani military regime has struck this hospital, who had patients undergoing treatment for addiction as well. These people who were looking at a second chance in their life, rehabilitation hospital, in fact, in Kabul. And you can see first on Republic, on your screens, visuals of this building being hit, the structure being demolished, and smokes still rising the very next day, many hours after the attack was occurring, and smokes still rising even until the next day, until the next morning. In fact, so far, 400 civilians have been killed. 400 civilians who were patients in this hospital. This is coming as a huge civilian casualty in this latest attack. All right, moving on, over 400 civilians were killed by the airstrike in Kabul after Pakistan launched this airstrike on the night of March 16. The Afghanistan's deputy government spokesman said the Pakistani strike targeted a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul's 9th police district. Pakistan, however, has denied carrying out the attack, stating that they had only targeted military installations. We have more details in this report.
A bombardment in Kabul on the night of the 16th of March resulted in the death of over 400 people. The casualties were all civilians. Moreover, they were patients at a drug rehabilitation facility. Afghanistan has stated that Pakistan was responsible for the bombing that destroyed a rehabilitation center, killing 400 people and injuring 250 others. Take a look at these visuals of emergency teams trying to rescue people from the rubble. Kabul has termed the attack a crime against humanity. Massive fires blazed and plumes of black smoke filled the air as patients desperately ran to save their lives amid the bombardment. Take a look at the same facility before the attack. Patients interacting with counselors to get better and recover from addiction. Now the structure is in ruins. Hundreds of lives lost and hundreds more injured. Popular cricketer Rashid Khan condemned the attack and expressed concern over civilian casualties. He called upon the UN and other human rights agencies to thoroughly investigate this latest atrocity and hold the perpetrators to account. Pakistan, meanwhile, has categorically denied carrying out the attack. Kabul, on the other hand, has said that this is no time for diplomacy with Islamabad and that they would retaliate.
All right, we have another breaking news coming in at this moment. Another video has surfaced that was posted last night by the Iraqi Shia arms group, this Saraya Awliya al-Dam, which is also known as the Companies of the Guardians of the Blood. They are showing now an FPV drone conducting reconnaissance over the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. So viewers remember that the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad was attacked again in a drone strike in the early hours, and this is coming after another strike that was struck in the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad just few days ago. And these visuals that are showing has been showing that the path of the drone and the boundary of the embassy are being shown in the second image as well. This is a reconnaissance team of this group, the Iraqi group that have just struck the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, and showing that they are doing a reconnaissance mission as well near the U.S. Embassy. You can see on the visuals, these are a reconnaissance team doing a survey of this U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. And a few moments later, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad was in fact struck by a drone attack. In fact, the U.S. Sea-Ram system had intercepted a few of the strikes, even though some of them definitely fell into the compound and catching fire in the structure as well. You can see these visuals on Republic TV. These are the reconnaissance team that were gathering information and visual information, in fact, of the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. And you can see they are traveling the whole compound, in fact, taking in all the reconnaissance mission information of the U.S. Embassy. And in fact, moments later, this U.S. Embassy was in fact struck. And all right, moving on to the next story. The failure to push regime change in Iran has led Trump to look for Kirk endgame. Arnab breaks down why Kurg Island, Iran's main oil export hub, has become the new strategic focus in the ongoing US-Israel confrontation with Iran, with nearly 90% of Iran's crude oil exports passing through Kurg. Arnab explains how controlling this very small island could severely impact Iran's economy and global oil supply. Take a look.
While the focus has been largely on the Straits of Hormuz because it is seen to be the geographical choke point, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that at this point of time, especially when America is seeking some kind of an exit route, the focus is beginning to shift to something that Trump could claim as a victory, and that could be Kurg. What is Kurg? Kurg is an island. It is Iran's primary oil export terminal. It is located 26 kilometers off Iran's coast in the Persian Gulf. It's actually a very small island geographically, but it serves as the main and most important terminal for nearly all of Iran's oil exports, with massive handling capacity for global shipment. So if you take Kurg, or you take over Kurg, or you destroy Kurg, either in which way, you decimate Iran economically. There is no two views about that. This is a really small island geographically, just about 8 kilometers in length and 4 to 5 kilometers in width. It has a total area of just 20 square kilometers. So it's not even a small town. It's very small. But unlike most of Iran's shallow coastline, it allows super tankers to dock easily, making a near shore but offshore strategic asset for Iran. In a way, this is Iran's mistake because it is in such a volatile region that to locate all of its terminals, so at least 90% of oil traffic as a economic, at one economic point, to put so much emphasis on Kurg, it makes it not Iran's strength but Iran's weakness. Because if someone takes Kurg, then you are targeting the backbone of Iran's oil exports. 90% of Iran's crude oil exports pass through Kurg. And this battle for Donald Trump is about oil, remember. He wants Venezuela for oil. He wanted to target the Greenland region for oil and gas. He believes that if he controls or takes over the Iranian stronghold of oil, then he counterbalances all of China and things change for him economically. So this is a China versus America game in that sense. At its very core, it's Trump's attempts to equalize and counterbalance China. This viewers in India must always understand, because China has got such an advantage over America in recent years in technology, rare earths and others, that the only way for America to come back is to control the energy trade, and that's what Trump is playing. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me back to Kurg. If Trump is willing to disrupt Kurg, he can remove millions of barrels a day from global supply and spike prices, affecting all major economies in the US. So what he will want to do is control Kurg, not destroy it. If he destroys Kurg, then he affects oil markets for a very, very, very long time. The world will then go into a spin. The Strait of Hormuz region near Kurg Island is equally critical for supplying oil to US allies in Asia and Europe, including Japan and South Korea. So it is against Trump's interest to destroy Kurg. It is in Trump's interest to manage Kurg. It is the crown jewel of the energy network that Iran controls. Kurg is very close to the Strait of Hormuz choke point. If America claims Kurg, it will have leverage over 1/5 of global oil trade. Interestingly, ladies and gentlemen, Kurg has been fleeting in the headlines for the past 24 hours. Here's what Trump said. He said, "We may hit it a few more times just for fun." Trump does nothing for fun. There is a game plan there. There is a deep strategy behind trying to target Kurg. One, America's regime change strategy has flopped. If he goes after Kurg, then it's going to be very clear that the initial game plan of killing Ayatollah Khamenei and making sure that his regime change on the ground would have flopped. Then he goes into debilitating Iran and hoping that if he debilitates Iran, if he breaks Iran's oil and economy backbone, because Iran is a very, very rich country in terms of oil deposits. If he's able to break that or take that away, even for a while, then he can go to the American people and say, I won the war. So the targeting of Kharg and the possible exit strategy for Trump are all very linked. But there is one thing that Trump has not planned for. This is not an economic battle for Iran. This is a battle for survival. And most importantly, Iran is a religious political establishment. Iranian leadership has portrayed this conflict as a defense of its civilization, as a defense of its Islamic political system, of its sovereignty, not just as a military confrontation. In this war, therefore, Iran is not just protecting its oil, it is protecting its religious political establishment. Something that Donald Trump would be able to counter or coerce them to give up is going to be very difficult, because on the one side is a military, on the other side are a people who are supporting a religious establishment. And that is the reason, if you see the latest visuals, I'll show you too, why the conflict is only intensifying. First visual, Iran striking Dubai airport and justifying the hit by saying that some of the planes that they have targeted were being operated from there, that they were military planes. Then there is another visual of Israel claiming Iran's Mehrabad airport. They are claiming they have hit Khamenei's plane, the plane that he used to travel in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the destruction of infrastructure. The justification is that the infrastructure may appear to be civilian, it's actually military. What is this telling us? It's telling us exactly what Pete Hegseth, the American Defense Secretary, is uncomfortable with when he sees the media saying the fight is intensifying. The reality is the fight is intensifying. Now, targeting Kharg is deep strategy for Donald Trump because he needs a win very quickly. The reality is he has very few friends. He's very lonely. His allies, people he hoped and expected through coercion or through intimidation or perhaps by begging that he would take them with him. He's literally called or begged his allies who are not involved in the US-Israeli attack on Iran to send ships to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Surely, ladies and gentlemen, the loss of oil is getting to him. But are people responding to him? Are his allies saying, yes, we will help? No. Here is what the German defense minister said. He said, what does Trump expect a handful of European frigates to do what the powerful US Navy cannot? This is not our war and we didn't start it. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the Japanese saying? The Japanese are saying we have not made any decisions whatsoever about dispatching escort ships. We are continuing to examine what Japan can do independently and within the legal framework. The same legal framework which Pete Hegseth said has no standing or importance. While the UK has simply declined a request from US President Donald Trump to deploy ships that reopen the Strait of Hormuz. In Canberra, Australia, the Transport Minister Catherine King was totally dismissive about interest in naval deployment, saying, I'm not sure we're intending to send our ships to the Straits of Hormuz. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, you would ask, why is Trump wanting help from other countries? Ladies and gentlemen, not for their frigates or for their tonnage, but for the symbolism of being seen to lead a larger effort. Now, that larger effort is not happening. Trump is not getting, at any point of time, the opportunity of being seen to be leading a global effort in tackling the situation that he has created. And in that, ladies and gentlemen, comes predictably, once again, I wrap up by saying, where do I therefore see things going? As Trump becomes more and more lonely, as fewer and fewer countries want to get into this, as more and more parts of the world begin to realize the longer this carries on, ladies and gentlemen, the worse it will be, the worse off their citizens and their economies will be. Everybody is beginning to look out for themselves. And everybody more or less has begun to realize that Donald Trump has failed to stir regime change. That the fundamental political, geopolitical strategy of eliminating the top leadership and creating a sense of discord, which would then lead to regime change, has failed. Now, having realized that Donald Trump is in phase 2, which, as I told you 3 days back, was a phase where he would be shifting the goalposts, leading to phase 3, which would be, and I repeat, which would be about getting an exit route for himself, more and more countries are stepping back. Therefore, Trump needs a quick exit. Is it possible that he will claim some victory in Kharg, some statistic that he's had some success in economic terms, something which in factual terms he can say has debilitated Iran enough for the moment that could get him an exit? Entirely possible. The battle for Hormuz has now therefore been centralized into the battle for Kharg. Now, where does that leave Israel? If America pulls back, truly, Israel would not have achieved its objectives of destroying the regime in Iran. In that way, though not entirely, this would be back to square one, much more status quoist than the Americans and the Israelis would want to accept at this stage. Keep your eyes out for the battle for Kharg. Watch the space.
All right, coming up after a short break, Afghanistan Taliban government claims 400 killed and over 250 injured so far in Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul last night. And exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, NIA arrests 7 foreigners accused of training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India. After the break, stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू।
नहीं तो तुम तो करेंगे।
आलू से नहीं होगा। तुमको कुमार गिरा नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला, ऐसा बोलते का गाड़ी मारवा।
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, the West Asia war is continuing, and Trump is in fact completely isolated. And he's in fact saying that he does not need anybody, and the US military is in fact sufficient to tackle the situation at the Strait of Hormuz. So, of course, European allies, NATO allies, everybody is snubbing Donald Trump. We get you all the latest on the war, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. Pakistan again targets civilians, this time in Afghanistan. Pakistan strikes hit drug rehabilitation hospital in Kabul. Afghanistan Taliban government claims 400 killed and over 250 injured so far in Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul last night. After Shivalik, second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India, docked at Kandla Port in Gujarat. US Embassy in Baghdad hit again. Dramatic video shows explosion as CRAM air defense attempts to intercept.
We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted.
Donald Trump slams UK, Germany and Australia for not sending warships to the Strait of Hormuz. Now he says, I don't need anybody.
Here's the simple thing, and I have, some people, I don't want wars. I want wars less than almost anybody. Peace through strength.
After weeks of back-to-back strikes, Donald Trump now says, I don't want wars. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, NIA arrests 7 foreigners accused of training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India. Now, viewers, the Afghan Taliban government has condemned Pakistan airstrikes in Kabul, claiming at least 400 people were killed and over 250 injured. Now, the airstrikes targeted a drug rehabilitation hospital, resulting in the death and injury of patients who were in fact undergoing treatment at that time. The Taliban's deputy spokesperson has stated that Pakistan's military regime has violated Afghanistan's airspace and committed a crime against humanity. Now, the International Human Rights Foundation has also strongly condemned the attack, calling for an independent investigation into the matter and accountability for those responsible. Now, the foundation also emphasized that the facilities dedicated to treatment and humanitarian care should never be targeted in conflicts, and attacks on medical institutions violate international humanitarian law and human rights norms. Now, the Taliban has also warned that they will retaliate against Pakistan's actions, stating that this is not the time for diplomacy or talks with Islamabad. So, a very serious warning by Afghanistan to United States, saying that this is not time for talks now. This, in fact, to Pakistan, saying that this is not time for talks, this is not time for diplomacy, because Pakistan is in fact carrying out grave human rights violations, and thus a retaliation will be put in place, is what Afghanistan is saying. Now, remember, viewers, these are the visuals that we are getting you from Kabul, aftermath of the strike that took place on the rehabilitation center in Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan. Now, since the overthrow of the government in Kabul, in Afghanistan, and the takeover of Taliban of Afghanistan, of course, we have seen that grave human rights violations are taking place. Pakistan continually striking different areas in Afghanistan. Now, this time, the city of Kabul, in fact, came under attack. You have the visuals of the massive fire that broke out after the attack carried out by Pakistan. Now, Afghanistan is, of course, criticizing Pakistan government, saying that these are the strikes. These strikes will not go unanswerable and unanswered, in fact. And this is not the time for diplomacy. And these are the visuals that we're getting you from Rehabilitation Hospital in Kabul. Now, over 400 civilians were killed and in the airstrike, in fact, in Kabul after Pakistan launched airstrike on the night of 16th of March. The Afghanistan's deputy government spokesman said that Pakistan's strikes targeted a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul's 9th police district. Now, Pakistan has since denied carrying out these attacks, stating that they had only targeted military installations. More details in this report.
A bombardment in Kabul on the night of the 16th of March resulted in the death of over 400 people. The casualties were all civilians. Moreover, they were patients at a drug rehabilitation facility. Afghanistan has stated that Pakistan was responsible for the bombing that destroyed a rehabilitation center, killing 400 people and injuring 250 others. Take a look at these visuals of emergency teams trying to rescue people from the rubble. Kabul has termed the attack a crime against humanity. Massive fires blazed and plumes of black smoke filled the air as patients desperately ran to save their lives amid the bombardment. Take a look at the same facility before the attack. Patients interacting with counselors to get better and recover from addiction. Now the structure is in ruins. Hundreds of lives lost and hundreds more injured. Popular cricketer Rashid Khan condemned the attack and expressed concern over civilian casualties. He called upon the UN and other human rights agencies to thoroughly investigate this latest atrocity and hold the perpetrators to account. Pakistan, meanwhile, has categorically denied carrying out the attack. Kabul, on the other hand, has said that this is no time for diplomacy with Islamabad and that they would retaliate.
Now, viewers, Republic TV has accessed exclusive reports coming in from Kabul in Afghanistan. Fresh visuals only on Republic TV of the debris and rescue operations from the rehabilitation center in Kabul. Take a look. So we are getting you these fresh visuals only on Republic TV from Kabul. The tragedy that struck Kabul yesterday night, in fact, on the rehabilitation center in Kabul. Pakistan carrying out multiple strikes on the center, killing innocent civilians, in fact, drug addicts who were undergoing treatment at the rehabilitation center. Now remember, viewers, we are seeing Pakistan being slammed by multiple organizations, human rights organizations, calling out Pakistan and in fact asking for a detailed probe, detailed investigation into the matter. These are the visuals that you can only see on Republic TV from Kabul. Now this is the aftermath of the strike that took place. You are seeing how ambulances in fact on place trying to rescue people. Now a lot of people after the strike also got buried in the rubble that was caused after the strike. These are the shots that we are getting you from Kabul, where you can see the plumes of smoke rising into the sky, and these are the visuals of people killed by Pakistan in these strikes. Now, even if Pakistan denies these attacks, these are the visuals that you are getting you that in fact proves that innocent lives were lost. Civilians who were in fact in that rehabilitation center in Kabul came under attack and lost their lives. Many others were also injured and rushed to the hospitals. These are the visuals that you're seeing only on Republic TV. These are the firefighting team that you can see being deployed after the attack. sifting through the rubble also and trying to find the dead bodies and trying to rescue as many people as they can. Of course, a big statement by Afghanistan also there, talking about Pakistan's grave human rights violations and saying that this is not now the time for diplomacy. So, of course, a clear signal that Afghanistan might retaliate with full force after these strikes that were carried out by Pakistan, in fact, who is denying that it, in fact, did not carry out the attack on civilian infrastructure. I have my colleague Hashmat live with us from Kabul, getting us the exclusive details of this latest attack. Now, Hashmat, this is, of course, a very tragic news that we heard this morning, that 400 innocent lives were killed. In fact, hundreds of people also injured. What is the latest from the ground? How many people were able to rescue this tragedy?
Good morning to all. As you said, unfortunately, last night, 9 p.m., Pakistani Army airstrike targeted a civilians hospital and PG9 of Kabul city. The hospital, that there were all civilians, that they were under the treatment for recovery, and most of them will be not good health. But the Pakistani jet have targeted that place. I go to that place, that hospital last night, that is named Umaid Hospital, that it have 2,000 beds hospital, and the civilians were under treatment there. There were firing, and I speak to the people for the Republic. They said that the explosion was very heavy, and the jets have landed many bombs on that hospital. Unfortunately, in this morning, I speak with Alhamdulillah Fitrat, deputy spokesperson for Islamic Emirat. He said that in last night there was more than 500 killed and more than 200 injured. And now I'm in Wazir Mohammed Agha Hospital, a big and famous hospital in Kabul city.
Hashmat, would like you to show us the visuals around you. What is the current situation on ground? Can you let our viewers understand the situation? Where did the strike take place and what is the action that is right now? How many people are there in the hospital? Can you just pan your camera around and show us the exact location? So viewers, this is exactly what we have. This is the visual that we have from the hospital, where many people have now been admitted after the attack by Pakistan. Hashmat, take us through exactly what is going on, how many people are inside, how many are critically injured. Take us through these visuals, please.
Yeah, as I said that I speak with Alhamdulillah Fitrat, deputy spokesperson for Islamic Emirat of Taliban. He said for Republic that in last night attack there was more than 500 killed, but that all were civilians that were admitted at the hospital for recovery, and there was hundreds injured. I sent some videos for Republic that you can see that there was all firing in that place, and there was a very big destruction in that place. And now I'm in Wazir Mohammed Akbar Khan Hospital. This is a big hospital in the Kabul city. I speak with doctors, and here they said that last night they get some more than hundreds injured here in this hospital in the emergency department, and also dozens of injured are in many other hospitals in the Kabul, like Sheikh Zayed and emergency hospital of Kabul, that they were admitted, but unfortunately more of they lost their lives.
Hashmat, I can also see some shelters there. Has everybody attended, has everybody who were injured in that particular attack has been admitted, or are we seeing some sort of a panic situation there? Because in fact more than 400 people were killed.
As I speak with many civilians here, the relatives of the person that they have lost their lives in last night attacks or they are injured, they are just trying to get the list, and they take the name of, they take the ID card of their relatives, and they asking the doctors about their sons or brothers or husbands, that how he is. But unfortunately, many of them, they get the news about their relatives that they have been killed in last night attacks, and many of them they get news about that they were hardly injured in this place. The videos of Wazir Mohammed Aga Khan place now because of some reason they didn't let out to the beds or the rooms, but dozens of civilians are injured, and I will share the videos in a few moments with you.
Were you also able to, Hashmat, talk to some of these victims and figure out what exactly happened and what was the immediate aftermath of it?
I tried before, but unfortunately they're not in a good situation. Many of them, they can't speak, and but I will try for you. But many of them, they leave this hospital for other hospitals in the Kabul, and they are not in, I mean, they are in bad situation. I try to speak with them, but I will try to share some videos of the people that they lost their relatives, or they are trying to get information about their relatives.
Absolutely. So this, in fact, take us through the exact series of events. At what exact time this attack took place? When did this strike, in fact, made its impact on the hospital, the rehabilitation center?
In fact, this was 9 p.m. last night, and the hospital that it's named Omaid Hospital, it have 2,000 beds. That's for the people that they use like drugs or any other things, and they were admitted just for recovery and treatment. They were all civilians. They were praying they were in the time of namaz. The night namaz, they were praying namaz, and some of them they were reading the Holy Quran. But they said that the jets come and they targeted this place, and they lost their friends. And in this case that I have seen from the news, the situation was so bad. All the rooms and all the buildings were burned, and the dozens of people were.
Hashmat, I see some action. There are people rushing to, of course, attend to the injured people. Can you go inside the hospital and talk to some of these injured people who came under attack? Please go inside the hospital and take us through and talk to a few people in the hospital and try to get us a sense of what exactly happened, at what time did it take place, and what was the impact of it, so that our viewers can understand that this is a big thing here. We're talking about 400 people, innocent civilians, being killed by Pakistan. Yes, yeah. Please go inside the hospital and try and talk to some of the injured people, and also continue to... Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying, but at this moment, many of the injured are bringing from the many places that they have.
If not with the injured people, can you talk to their family members to get us a sense of what exactly happened? Yes, please go inside and talk to the injured people.
I'm trying. The place that there's the place that the injured are admitted, this is the first floor. I'm going this on stairs to go to their rooms and try to have an interview with them, and but all the people they said that Pakistan army can't stand against Emirat on the Durand line, but they targeted civilian people, and I'm going to the first floor of Wazir Mohammed Aga Khan Hospital that's located in the Kabul city. In the last night, the dozens of injured have been carried in this place. Okay, once again, just
yes, please go inside. So viewers, we have our reporter there on ground inside Kabul hospital trying to get us more details of this brutal attack carried out by Pakistan. He is currently inside of Kabul hospital. We are getting you all of the visuals from the hospital where a lot of people are admitted, in fact, and we are trying to get a sense of how many are still critically injured. Now, this attack was carried out by Pakistan. In fact, our reporter telling us it was the time for the namaz, and that is when Pakistan, in fact, struck this Kabul rehabilitation hospital. We're getting you live visuals from outside the hospital. Our reporter also trying to talk to some of the people who became the victim of this attack.
بين ميزاكية كبادش مقدمات كراكر بتفهمها رمضان مقدمات كراكر بتفهمها ووزير الكوبس فقط بتفهمنا من لايف ترى مونستر This is the deputy for the chief of Wazir Mohammed Khan Hospital. Dr. Sir, he will say the Dr. Sir, the Moja had said the shelter.
شفافانی ما که شفافانی وزیر اکبر شفافانی اوتو تراوماس یگانه مرکز تراوماتولوژی و ارتوپدی در سطح وطن ما تمام زخمی های و مریض های مظلوم که بیان
Hashmat, please tell us again what exactly the information that was shared with you by this deputy officer in the hospital.
For the public, exclusive that dozens of the people that they were civilians, they carried out at this hospital, and they are trying to have like emergency equipments and other things to them. And they are okay. Now I'm going to the emergency department, and I will try to have speak with some one of this people that they have injured in this place. This is the rooms that their civilians have been injured in last night attacks.
Hashmat,
and
please come in the frame and talk to the some of the people who are not that injured and are able to speak to us. Come in the frame. You yourself come in the frame and talk to them, and please ask a few questions.
Okay. This is Rahmat Malang. His name is Rahmat Malang. He was admitted at the Umaid Hospital. The big part of it, got so short. It's a mission. Yes, his name is Rahmat. He said that I was admitted at the Umaid Hospital. We are all civilians, and when the jets come and they targeted the hospital, he lost the dozen of his friends in this place. This other doctors that he is here for the doctors. مهربانی دارم ورسای پیاده پادراتویش بگذار سومر نروان زخمی تراول شده. Okay, Dr. Shivalik will talk to the company. Yes, Hashmat, this is the doctors that he is responsible.
Hashmat, while you talk to the injured people and doctors, I would request you to please also come in frame and ask these questions. Please be on camera, you yourself. We want to see you. We want to see the injured and the hospital staff as well. Yes.
Yeah, madam. I speak with the doctor. He is responsible for this department. He said that dozens of injured that last night they are trying to get medicine in like this is other rooms. This is the injured people that you look and he is Lahaz. Tsenga pakira master begat singu shola. Begat su shola. His name is Lahaz. He is also injured of the last night attacks. The Pakistani army attack on the Umaid civilian hospital. We can see here some others injured that I think that he is. Many of the injured, they are in so bad position. You see in the pictures, Wazir Mohammed Khan Hospital Emergency Department. That this the they are civilians. This doctors are sharing with us. The doctors here, doctors responsible for this department. He said that we try to موضوع كنت صوبات متوني بقدر مشاور بس شخص Okay, he didn't. Yeah, you can see this pictures. I'm trying to. This Wazir Mohammed Khan Hospital. Dozens of injured, but they all are civilians.
Hashmat, we are also given to understand that were the students also inside the rehabilitation center that we're talking about? A lot of people were also students.
Madam, this place is just civilians places. There was like a resident place, and there were no checkposts, there were no military bases, nothing. The jets came and landed the bombs on the civilians places, and the civilian places that they are killed is more than 500, and hundreds are injured, and this is one of them. بحلول الدين چه قسم آدش هاشمی قصه بکن
برکم بکن بستم در گروه رو بستم میکنم فایرکان شد آسمان تیارم را که الوده ما سعی داشتیم اون تو سن آسمان فایرکان داشکه شد میخواستم گفتیم اتاق خود برم تا گروه بگیرم باز بیایم و گروه دادستم که یک جرم بس در بین خود شفاخانه بسیار یک شده دارم بس باکم تا که خدا چیز کنم که پایم بود از رو بدن افتیم پایم جمشیمالی کرد تا که پاس خدا دیواز کنم چرا نبیدسنم که دیگه چرم بسته از اون که نزدیکتره که دیگه پایم بود از دو پای به زمین افت سر کردم خدا جل در زیر مامانه که چرا و چیزا نگیره.
Okay, so cool. He said that he is like electricity engineer and Umaid Hospital. He is also civilians. He said that we were on the work and we hearing some firing that the Taliban were firing to the on the jets, but they said the jets landed many bombs on this hospital, and I hardly injured like in his hands, foot and other place, and he said that. All the hospital was burned and the hundreds of civilians were killed. Also, as I speak with the civilians here, I will share the video in a few minutes. They said that the Pakistan army, they always targeted civilians. As they said that they targeted civilians hospital in Kandahar. They targeted civilians houses in Kandahar and Nangarhar and Khos and Paktika. And as you know, the UNIMA also condemned this attacks, and also all the Afghan civilians that I have speak with them, they said they suggest from Taliban government that please close Pakistan embassy in Afghanistan and kicked the Pakistan ambassador from Afghanistan soil and didn't let Pakistan and don't have any diplomatic relation with Pakistan. Just we want to stand against Pakistan, we want to jihad against Pakistan, and we will be try to defend our people. They said we don't want a republic. As you said, the Bihullah Mujahid spokesperson for Islamic Emirat, that he said that this is not the diplomatic way, and we will not choose after this diplomatic way. He said that we will be reaction more hardly on this.
Hasmat would also like to ask you, talk to us a little bit about the locality in which this hospital is, because Pakistan is saying that it in fact targeted a military site, but we are giving to understand that there are no military sites nearby this area. So talk to us about the location of the hospital.
Yes. Yeah. I said, this delegation from the Health Ministry of Afghanistan, they come and they want to meet people. There's عامل اختي وزارة يا خبر ده يدير سنين لايف كيف سوى بوليس لايف خبرك. The deputy minister for the public health of Afghanistan, he came to Wazir Mohammad Akbar Khan hospital as a delegate. I will show some more exclusive in a few minutes.
Husband, also talk to us a little bit about the number of overall injured people who are currently receiving treatment at this hospital and how far this hospital is from the rehabilitation center that came under attack.
Just a moment. This is the public health ministry deputy minister. He is the جناب یوسف سلام ریپابلیک رسنۍ د هندوستان څخه لایف راځو فقط د تیر شپې د بریدونو په اړه او بل دا چې څومره خدمات د کابل په بیلابیلو روغتونونو کې دغه ته وړاندې شوي دي مهرباني.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم نحمده ونصلي على رسوله الكريم اما بعد. بګه تقریبا 9 بجې ډېره ناوړه پېښه وشوه او زموږ د معتادینو په چتخانه باندې بمبار وشو او په هغې کې زیات تلفات لرو 400 نه زیات کسان شهیدان دي او زخمیان دي او دا پیښه ناببره د روزې په 28 باندې وشوله او د شپې وخت ولو اکثر خلک چا تراو منځ ادا کول او څوک خپل عادي ژوند ته ادامه ورکړې وه چې دا پیښه وشوه دا ډېر د افسوس وړ ده او دلته انشاءالله د اسلامي امارت له طرفه بالخصوص صحت عامه او نور اړوند ارګانونو خپل حتی المقدور کوشش وکړو چې د مریضانو هغه علاج وکړي او شفاخانو ته یې بر وخت ورسوي چون تعداد ډېر زیات و او هغه چتونه او یا انګړ هغه چې غورځېدلی و د هغې نه لاندې ډېر کسان شوي ولو نو دې پروسې اور یې اخیستی و دې یو څه وخت واخیستل خو بیا هم الحمدلله ډېر کوشش وشو چې زخمیان وژغورل شي او شهیدانو ته دې الله پاک اجرونه ورکړي الله دې دوی شهادتونه
You said in the visual task about he was a deputy minister for public health of Islamic Emirat. He said exclusive for Republic that last night all the target was on civilians places. He said on the namaz time in this Ramadan, holy Ramadan, and in this place, Pakistani army, they targeted civilians hospital that all they were under the treatment for the recovery, and we lost the dozens of our civilians. He said he condemns the Pakistani army regime this attacks that was on civilians. This was the deputy minister for public health and he said exclusively.
Hashmat, of course, he is criticizing Pakistan. Try and talk to more officials. I can see even more officials are present here at this time, of course, visiting the hospital and talking to the injured people.
Yes, I'm trying. Yes, it was yes, he's the chief for Wazir Muhammad Khan Hospital. Far away. Am să trebuie să eu am putea da și Pakistan vine și unde nizami merg practic. Făcut tot tul ce au stil de tul. Să da un politic să apară din posibilele de this was the head of, I speak, the head of Wazir Muhammad Akbar Khan Hospital. He was the head of the doctors. He said that as the Pakistani claimed that they targeted, he said there was no army bases, there was no checkpoints. He said to the public's exclusive that Republic TV also, you are watching on the videos. He said there was no, all the civilians we admitted, many of them lost their lives and many of them are injured, and we are trying to help them. Just I'm go downstairs. So this is Wazir Muhammad Akbar Khan Hospital. That last night many of people were admitted here for recovery. Pakistani army airstrike targeted civilians hospital in PD9 of Kabul city, and this case the more than 500 they lost their life and hundreds are injured. Many families are in the hospital and they're trying to ask about their relative, but unfortunately when they know and get news about their relative, they are trying, they are condemn Pakistan these attacks and said that there was no army places. There were no checkpoints. There's just civilians hospital. They targeted. We lost our sons, our daughters, like our brothers and our husbands. Wazir Mohammed Hospital. I'm going to back.
Okay, Hashmat is getting us these live pictures from the Kabul hospital. This is coming just after we saw that many hundreds of people have been killed after a Pakistani airstrike hit a hospital in Afghanistan's capital, Kabul. Attack took place at 9 p.m. on Monday, in which 250 people were injured in the attack. Hashmat getting us those live pictures from the Kabul hospital. Hashmat, there has been so much of damage which has been reported. So many lives have been lost. But right now, Taliban says, and no more diplomacy. This is a stand that the Taliban has made. Hashmat.
I'm just sharing new videos that's exclusive for Republic, the Wazir Mohammed Hospital. Dozens of people that they come for their relatives, and there's the list. They are the Wazir Mohammed Hospital officials. They are trying to make this list, and they are checking the people that they lost their lives. Yeah, this is like the security officer. He said this the list that for the injured that they are admitted in Wazir Mohammed Hospital. This is more than 53, civilians are injured, just admitted in this hospital. But the people that they are civilians are injured, and they are admitted in many hospitals of Kabul. This uncle said that he also lost his one of his relatives. He said if he suggests from the Islamic Emirat that please close Pakistan embassy in Kabul and fire the Pakistan embassy in Kabul, and also didn't let the ambassador, and they said that we are with our Afghan defense officers, and they want to close Pakistan embassy. مش صدق لايف بس ما زنبوق دربني.
حکومت پاکستان و حکومت افغانستان تحت نظارت آمریکا کار میکنند که سکون و نابودی را در بین دو ملت اسلام ایجاد کردند، همچنان مرزها را در بین دو ملت اسلام بند کردند. دیگر 5 پایگاه نظامی آمریکا در پاکستان است. بنابراین پاکستان هیچ وقت اجازه ندارد که حمل آمریکا بدون اجازه آمریکا جنگ بکند یا توان جنگ ندارد. ما می‌خواهیم که جامعه سازمان ملل از افغانستان پیشی شود و همچنان ملت پاکستان باید حکومت ظالم خود را اصلاح بسازد. اگر اصلاح نمی‌شود باید از سودش بدهد. جامعه سازمان ملل را آتش بزند.
Okay, the uncle said that the people have to fire the Pakistan embassy in Kabul. And they also said that we have Islamic Emirat have to get out the UN office because they didn't support civilians. He said that the Pakistani army always targeted civilian people, and he said we didn't want their embassy, we didn't want, and they are our enemy. This is the new exclusive for Republic, that the dozens of Kabul people, they came to the Wazir Mohammed Hospital to get their relatives list, but some of them, they get news that they lost their relatives, and they have to go to other hospital, and some of them, they know about the relatives that they are injured.
Right. All right, Hashmat, keep getting us those pictures that that we're getting for our viewers. This is the Kabul hospital, right outside the Kabul hospital, which was struck by Pakistani airstrikes. Many people have lost their life. And Hashmat, you are speaking to the locals there. What are they telling you about the airstrikes? And UN has reacted to the Pakistani strike as well. And they're saying they're dismayed by the reports of Pakistani airstrikes in Afghanistan because a lot of civilian casualties have been reported. You can see those pictures coming in. Many innocent lives have been lost. These are innocent people who have lost their lives. Hashmat.
Yes, I'm trying. There's many of the people that they come to know about this place, and they know about their relatives, that they are in jail, or they have lost their life. The people they are just sitting. They said that there was no embassy night basis of there were all civilians that the Pakistan army have targeted last night. That's the list. They said that Pakistani army have to review this list. The civilians, all the admitted are. All the killed, the people that did not, they are civilians. Civilians that they are under the treatment for the health. Mawasam Sukhi. He is Muhammad Wala the Mujahid son. He is trying to Muhammad Mujahid. He said that they are trying to find his brother. His name is Muhammad. His brother at this list that they are trying to know. They are trying to know about his brother. His name is Muhammad. He is civilian, and they guess that he will be injured in last night Pakistani airstrike. But they didn't find the name.
All right. Okay. So a very unfortunate incident. Hashmat, so what you're saying is that many people and many locals have gathered right outside the Kabul hospital, which was struck by the Pakistani airstrikes. And Hashmat, you're saying that many of these people who have gathered, they're looking for their relatives? Some of them are looking for their brother, some of them are looking for their father, some of them are looking for their sons. Yes.
Yeah. After the last night airstrike on Umaid Hospital, that was a civilian hospital. Up to 5-6 hours, the emergency teams were trying to get the bodies. But as I know, and asked for Republics, they said maybe some of our bodies, like on that place, they are trying to get the bodies. And also this place in this building that I'm standing here for Republic, this is all like emergency. I can see in the videos. This is just emergency department. That all people that they are standing here, they asking about the relatives. All the civilians. This is we have see the boat that this Wazir Muhammad Khan emergency department. There is no any like official staff. There is no like any police or army. There's just civilians. Civilians hospital, and they target civilian hospital. But as I get reported, there are dozens of killed and bodies and also injured are admitted in Sheikh Zayed hospital, and also in the Lamans in some hospital, in emergency hospital. This is emergency department. They did it. Let us to go out, and I'm trying to have some videos for you. As I reported for the public, the Deputy Minister for the Public Health, he speaks to for the public that all the people that have targeted last night, they were civilians, and yeah, this is the emergency department. This is the people that they are asking about their relatives. أنا وقت نيجي ما دي وقت الخبر هاي وقت بيجي نبي مكان شوي ده مكان وزير باكستان هذا بيرزول نزل خد لايف وسيل ها فقط هو زي رول بيقول بيكون para سمع المطلع تسوي مكان شو كنتوا يرجعون نظامي مركز هذا بيرزول باكستانيان بيجي Vogliamo portare un myślę, że rozmawiamy z tym martwym, bo pójdzie ki wydaje się pana? صح مشرا خب فوکسانی ادعا کردن ما مرکز نظامی گفار در ممالی که ما شهیدار دیدیم و چرد مکمل مردم ملکی بوده برادرتان بکنید جدا this civilians talked to for the public that he said the uncle that he is here for his brother and son that he has admitted he is injured last night. As I asked him that the Pakistani army said that we targeted like bases or we targeted like oil tankers or like this thing, they said no. All the target was civilian peoples and all the civilians lost their life and the injured was all the civilians. I'm sharing this video. This as I speak with Zabiullah Mujahid, the spokesperson for Islamic Marat, he said that this is not diplomatic way and we will not try diplomatic way. He said because of this that Pakistani always targeted our civilians and he said we will be react very badly and very hardly and we will target, as I speak with many officials and when they said that we will be target Pakistani large cities like Islamabad, Punjab and other places because he said that last night hundreds of Afghan civilians lost their life and this, but we are not. Also one person that I have speak with him, he also said to me that he suggests from Pakistani civilians that stand against your army, your corrupt government, your Shahbaz Sharif corrupt government, Asim Munir corrupt general. They suggest from the Pakistan civilians that stand with Afghans and they said that Pakistani army are destroying every place. They are bombing civilians in many places. Minute by minute, the people, the rush are being more. The people are coming here and they know about this. This uncle said that we didn't want the UN and like his United Nations, they didn't help civilians. They are just acting to help the people. He said that Islamic Emirat have to they stand against the UN department and also American government in Pakistan that they are targeting civilians. This uncle is the way.
Yes, Hashmat is getting us all those updates. And what Hashmat is saying, and this is something we have highlighted, Hashmat, as I am talking to our viewers on Republic TV, we have highlighted that the Taliban they have said that what Pakistan claims is all wrong. Pakistan says they're trying to target militant areas in Afghanistan. However, Republic TV, we have highlighted that Pakistan's strikes are not targeting just the militant areas. Their strikes are targeting civilian areas, such as the Kabul hospital where Hashmat is. Civilian lives are being lost, innocent lives are being lost. We showed pictures earlier of women and children who have got hurt because of these Pakistani airstrikes on Afghanistan. It's getting worse, Hashmat, it's getting worse. Yes, Hashmat.
Yeah. Madam, now
all right, Hashmat will be back with us. I think, yes, Hashmat, you're back with us. Go ahead. There's some injured we can see. We can see some injured. Okay, those are pictures coming in. These are pictures of the injured. 250 people have been injured in these airstrikes. What happened yesterday night was very unfortunate. At least 400 people have been killed after Pakistani airstrike hit a hospital in Afghanistan's capital, Kabul. The attack took place around 9 p.m. on Monday, in which 250 people were also injured in that attack. You can see the injured on your screen. These are exclusive pictures on Republic TV. Pakistan keeps claiming they're targeting militant areas in Afghanistan, but it's very clear that innocent civilian lives are being lost. Hashmat is reporting live for us from the Kabul hospital, right from the Kabul hospital where the Pakistani airstrikes hit. This is a hospital, by the way. This is a hospital, and the UN has reacted. The UN has reacted on this. The Taliban spokespersons have reacted, saying the Pakistani strikes are a crime against humanity. UN has said that they are dismayed by fresh reports of Pakistani airstrikes in Afghanistan and resulting civilian casualties. All right. Thank you, Hashmat, for getting us all those updates.
जो हम लोगों को कम्युनिकेशन है, ये वेसल जो डॉटर वेसल है ये एनोर जाएगा और हल्दिया जाएगा, तो ऑन द ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री जाएगा। जो पोर्ट का इसमें रोल है, जो वाड़ीनार का रोल है और एज अ पोर्ट जो हम लोगों को काम करना है इसमें, वो हम लोगों का इसका फैसिलिटेशन का काम है कि एफिशिएंटली ये ऑपरेशन हो जाए। शिप टू शिप ऑपरेशन एक स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेशन है जो यहाँ पे वाड़ीनार में होता रहा है, तो कोई मतलब पहली बार नहीं हो रहा है, ये रेगुलर प्रैक्टिस है जो हम लोग करते रहे हैं। बट अभी जो मंत्रालय से जो हम लोगों को डायरेक्टिव है वो ये है कि एलपीजी के जो वेसल्स आएंगे उनको प्रायोरिटी पे लेना है और उसको इंश्योर करना है कि जितनी जल्दी से जल्दी उसका ट्रांसफ़र डिस्चार्ज हो सके। सारे जो पैरामीटर्स हैं वो मॉनिटर करने हैं। जो ये मल्टी एजेंसीज़ का जो कोऑर्डिनेशन है, मल्टीपल एजेंसीज़ क्योंकि इन्वॉल्व होती हैं तो उनका कोऑर्डिनेशन प्रॉपर होना चाहिए और जो नोडल एक अथॉरिटी ऑफिसर और उसके कॉन्टैक्ट नंबर्स डिटेल्स, सो दैट जो कम्युनिकेशन है वो अनइंटरप्टेड चलता रहे और ऑपरेशन सेफ्टी के साथ और एफिशिएंटली हो जाए। तो वो इंश्योर करने के लिए आज का ये ऑपरेशन है। अभी हम लोग वेसल पे गए थे, वहाँ के क्रू से मिल के आ रहे हैं और डॉटर वेसल आ रहा है, तो करीब 1 बजे तक वो डॉटर वेसल अलॉन्ग साइड द मदर वेसल लग जाएगा नंदा देवी के साइड में। उसके बाद ये शिप टू शिप ऑपरेशन ट्रांसफ़र का शुरू होगा। तो ये इन्फॉर्मेशन है अभी तक, मतलब ये डेवलपमेंट है अभी तक और हम लोग सब लोग यहाँ गेयर्ड अप हैं और मंत्रालय का भी ये बड़ा क्लियर डायरेक्टिव है कि आगे भी जो वेसल्स आएंगे उनको इसी प्रायोरिटी के साथ हैंडल करना है और सेफ्टी के सारे प्रोटोकॉल्स फॉलो होने हैं। तो कोई शॉर्टकट नहीं अपनाना है, बट जो प्रोसीजरल स्लैक्स अगर कहीं हैं तो उसको एलिमिनेट करके जल्दी से जल्दी उसको डिस्चार्ज कराना है। धन्यवाद। इसमें 46,500 मेट्रिक टन एलपीजी लाया गया है और ये BW बर्च नाम का वेसल है, उसमें ये ट्रांसफ़र होगा। वो वेसल जो है एनोर में कुछ पार्ट डिस्चार्ज करेगा, पार्ट डिस्चार्ज हल्दिया में करेगा। तो ये दोनों पोर्ट्स ऑन द ईस्टर्न कोस्ट ऑफ द कंट्री हैं, तो इधर से लेकर के उधर जाएगा। क्रू मेंबर्स से हम लोग मिल के आ रहे हैं और उनका भी एक तो रूटीन है उनका, मतलब जो खाली उनको जो थोड़ा डिले हुआ था वहाँ पे होल्ड अप जो हुआ था वो एक पीरियड है, बाकी तो एवरीथिंग इज़ नॉर्मल। हम लोगों ने उनको ये भी कहा है कि किसी भी तरह की कोई फैसिलिटेशन की ज़रूरत हो तो डायरेक्टली हम लोगों को इनपुट दें, हम लोग उसको इंश्योर करेंगे कि जो भी फैसिलिटी उनको चाहिए वो उनको प्रोवाइड की जाए। जी देखिए, करीब ये 1000 टन पर घंटे के रेट से करीब करीब ट्रांसफ़र होता है। तो जो पंपिंग रेट है वो अराउंड 800 to 1000 टन पर आवर है, तो 2 दिन के आसपास लगेगा। वो हम लोग लाइव बेसिस पे मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, जैसे जैसे इनपुट आएगा वैसे वैसे हम लोग उसके लिए तैयारी पूरी है। तो जैसे वेसल्स आएंगे उसको हम लोग हैंडल करेंगे।
कंडला पोर्ट में क्या स्थिति है? बेस भी करीब हो गया है, तो वहाँ का जो पूरा कार्गो का बिजनेस है वो इनको क्या कुछ असर पहुँचा है?
नहीं, कांडला पोर्ट का तो हम आपको बताएं तो कांडला पोर्ट में करीब 8% ग्रोथ है एज़ कम्पेयर टू लास्ट ईयर। आपको ये जो आप 150 का मार्क देख रहे हैं, ये पिछले साल 31 मार्च को किया था। इस साल हम लोगों ने पहले ही इसको क्रॉस कर लिया है और करीब 160 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन तक अब लोग इस साल जाएंगे। तो हम लोगों के ऊपर ऐसा इम्पैक्ट नहीं। ये ज़रूर है कि जो वॉयज रिकैलिब्रेट हो रहे हैं, जिनको आगे जाना था वो नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, तो उसकी वजह से कांडला पोर्ट को थोड़ा फ़ायदा ये हो रहा है, कुछ वॉल्यूम और मिल रहा है। तो हम लोगों के लिए तो ऐसा कोई एडवर्स इम्पैक्ट नहीं।
सर,
जी हल्दिया और एनोर नहीं, ये एलपीजी की बात कर रहे हैं। हाँ
All right, we're taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Nanda Devi has arrived at a port in Gujarat offering relief amid growing concerns over a possible cylinder shortage triggered by tensions in West Asia. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहे हैं मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला, चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मारवा।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठिकाणा भेज रहा हूँ अरे आलू से नहीं होगा उनका कुमार गिरा नीचे अब उनसे गाड़ी पूर्ण वाला चलो वो टका गाड़ी मारता
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Pakistan yet again targets civilians, this time in Afghanistan, hits a drug rehabilitation hospital in Kabul. Taliban claims 400 killed and over 250 injured in the Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul last night. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, NIA arrests 7 foreigners accused of training Myanmar terrorists and routing drones via India. After Shivalik, yet another LPG carrier, Nanda Devi arrives in India, docked at Kandla Port in Gujarat. US Embassy in Baghdad hit again. Dramatic video shows explosion as Searam air defense attempts to intercept. You're watching the live report with me, Shavan Sen. Over the next couple of minutes, we're going to take you through the latest reports coming in from Kabul. Yet another airstrikes carried out by Pakistan. But this time, the target happens to be a hospital in central Kabul and not a terror facility as claimed by the Pakistanis. In fact, Afghanistan has basically called it a slaughterhouse of dreams. Not just that, 400 civilians have been killed. There's been a massive escalation in the strikes that have been carried out by the Pakistanis over the last 48 hours. In fact, this time, these strikes have been carried right inside Kabul. As far as Afghanistan is concerned, there's been a massive deployment that has been done by the Afghanistan Defense Forces. This is along the Durand line. In fact, Taliban has vowed a revenge for 400 civilians who have been killed. In fact, over the last few days, Taliban has been maintaining that only civilian areas have been targeted by the Pakistanis. In fact, last time when these strikes were basically carried out, they had carried out the strikes in civilian areas of Nangarhar province and several other provinces where civilians have essentially been targeted. Let me first take you through a report as far as the airstrikes of the Pakistanis are concerned.
A bombardment in Kabul on the night of the 16th of March resulted in the death of over 400 people. The casualties were all civilians. Moreover, they were patients at a drug rehabilitation facility. Afghanistan has stated that Pakistan was responsible for the bombing that destroyed a rehabilitation center, killing 400 people and injuring 250 others. Take a look at these visuals of emergency teams trying to rescue people from the rubble. Kabul has termed the attack a crime against humanity. Massive fires blazed and plumes of black smoke filled the air as patients desperately ran to save their lives amid the bombardment. Take a look at the same facility before the attack. Patients interacting with counselors to get better and recover from addiction. Now the structure is in ruins. Hundreds of lives lost and hundreds more injured. Popular cricketer Rashid Khan condemned the attack and expressed concern over civilian casualties. He called upon the UN and other human rights agencies to thoroughly investigate this latest atrocity and hold the perpetrators to account. Pakistan, meanwhile, has categorically denied carrying out the attack. Kabul, on the other hand, has said that this is no time for diplomacy with Islamabad and that they would retaliate.
Well, we are absolutely delighted to have this joint broadcast with Afghanistan's leading broadcaster, Tolo News. In fact, Hamid, Tolo News' presenter, is joining us on this broadcast. Hamid, thank you very much for joining us. In fact, this is a difficult moment for you and your entire nation as yet again Pakistan has carried out airstrikes. First, I want to understand from you what's the current situation like. How has Taliban really responded to the strikes that were carried out late last night by the Pakistani Defense Forces?
Yeah, thank you for having me. So around 9 p.m. last night, the Pakistani military regime airstrikes targeted at 2,000 bed drug addicts rehabilitation hospital in Kabul, and based on the official confirmations which we have received so far, 400 addicts who were under the treatment have been killed and more than 250 were injured. Many others still are missing under the debris. So the official says that the rescue operation is still ongoing. And based on my information, as a chamber of the hospital where 150 inmates were directly hit by these airstrikes. The current toll is not finalized. The official said that it may increase. My colleagues last night, they have been to the ground, they have been to the scene, and they narrated very horrific scenes from that. They had different narrations from that. So they have seen bodies everywhere, the missing bodies of the victims all over the place. So it was a very horrific scene. What we have heard and what we have seen, the images that you also displayed on your screen. So as a result of these airstrikes, there was a huge flame as well, which was controlled later on. These people were the innocent people who had hoped to get back to a very normal life after the recovery. But unfortunately, they never reached the life they were dreamt of. And they were the victim of the word that they were never the part of. So Mr. Zabiullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of the government here, also last night with Thelonious, he confirmed that they are going to avenge these attacks on civilians, and now there's no room left for diplomacy with Pakistan. He also compared Pakistan's action here in Afghanistan with the Israelis.
Hamid, you are saying that the Taliban government late last night made an announcement that there's going to be no question of having a dialogue with Islamabad?
Right, yes. I personally asked him, and he joined in a program, and he said no room is left for diplomacy with Pakistan, and they are going to avenge, and they want to go into revenge these attacks on civilians as they did before. So the Pakistani side should be waiting for the response, and we cannot expect when, but of course they had confirmed that they're going to revenge these attacks, and of course they also confirmed that they're not going to attack civilians, as they already proved that, and only the installations, the military installations, and the military personnel of the Pakistani military regime will be among the targets that they are going to launch. And also, he also confirmed that last night it was not only Kabul in the hospital which was being bombed by the Pakistani military regime, but as well as the two locations in Nangarhar in the eastern part of Afghanistan as well was the target by these airstrikes. And you know that this is not the first time or the first incursion by the Pakistani military regime.
Right.
Of course, you remember that on 22nd last month as well, they have carried out airstrikes which killed 17 members of a single family, all women and children. They target civilians. They do not target what they call TTP, and they never proved that. Of course, they targeted TTP hideouts or any sanctuaries here in Afghanistan. They never proved that. So even it's not only the local media or the national media who report from the ground. Even the international media as well, they reported that in this showcase, they proved that all the victims of these airstrikes and these incursions or the civilians in the United Nations as well, the United Nations assistance mission here in Kabul as well, they confirmed that all these victims were civilians. It's not now, even in the previous attacks which happened or which is carried out by the Pakistani military regime.
Hamid, help us understand what has been the response since last night. Has the Taliban decided to carry out further attacks? Because last time, Sirajuddin Haqqani had said that they are going to this time strike inside Pakistan. Has there been any response coming in from the Taliban?
So far, we don't have any report indicating that they have commenced any operations inside the Pakistani soil, but previously you have, I'm sure that you know that you have received the footages as well that they have targeted the heart of Pakistan, Islamabad, and the drones were flying over a very nuclear weapon country, and all the missions were successful based on the reports we got. And right now, so we have not reports. We don't have anything right at the moment I'm speaking with you. But previously there was a Radul Zulm operation, which is in English denying cruelty. It was on the hypothetical borderline, and they targeted the military installations of the Pakistani military regime. Even on the very first night of these operations, more than 50 Pakistani military regime personnel were killed. Based on the authentic reports, and some of the bodies were brought to this site, and of course their post was destroyed, even in some military installations, which was very important for the Pakistani military regime inside Quetta and Islamabad and Balochistan and some other areas as well was among the target. But for last night's reaction, we do not have any confirmed report of any operation launched from the Afghan side, but of course the spokesperson confirmed that they are going to revenge these attacks. They will not let this unresponsive.
Hamid, with regards to civilian infrastructure being targeted by the Pakistanis say that these are facilities used by the TTP, and that TTP is hiding in Afghanistan, and that is the reason why these attacks have been carried out. Give us a sense of what's the reality. Are these TTP facilities that are being targeted by the Pakistanis, or these are purely civilian areas in central Kabul, which is not very far away from Sharinau, is what I'm being told?
Right. If it's not only Pakistan claiming that, of course, if they claim that there are the TTP hideouts here in Afghanistan, they can as mentioned earlier, that the United Nations, as mentioned here, they have confirmed that all the victims of these blind airstrikes were the victims, the civilians only. So they never proved, nobody proved that so far any TTP hideouts or targeted. Let me give you an example. When they killed or targeted 10 of the cricket players in Paktika, were the TTP. When they killed 17 family members in Nangarhar on 22nd February, where majority were children and women, were the TTP. We have shown the world the pictures that if this children is a TTP, then come on, okay, prove that. So they couldn't prove anything. And even right now, as I'm speaking to you, they are shelling on the border, hypothetical borderline, as a result where thousands of people fled their places and they are seeking a safe place to live. And of course, the TTP is just a claim, and they never proved that. They never shared any document showing that, of course, they have targeted the TTP. Let's share it with the world, so that if you claim that they are TTP, but I said that women and children are not TTP. They're civilians. They have nothing to do with the military purposes. They're just trying to horrify people. And we don't know, I personally, that what are they looking for targeting these civilians, innocent children and women in the holy month of Ramadan.
Hamid, also help us understand one final question, because I am told that you have another program to attend. So one final question I want to take with you, and I hope you'll be joining us later in the evening, because this is a very vital joint broadcast that we are doing for the first time. An Indian News Network and Afghan News Network has come together for a joint broadcast. So one final question. In terms of the deployment that has been done by the Afghan Defence Forces and the fact that there has been a massive build-up along the what you call hypothetical Durand line, what's the situation like on the ground?
Yes, so of course it's military and militarized, and what I know is that it's possible that any moment the avenge strikes may happen, the operation may happen, and you know that the officials here in Kabul were clear enough that if Kabul is going to be attacked, Islamabad is going to be attacked too. If Kabul is destabilized, Islamabad is going to be destabilized too. So I'm sure that these actions will not left unanswered, and the officials have assured the people that, of course, they're going to respond to these attacks. And diplomacy, I don't know, it's an option anymore for the officials here, because they have said that they tried these channels and they were all failed, and the Pakistani sides were not willing to reach an agreement or to resolve these issues and these differences through diplomacy channels. So that's why the military option is on the table for them, and they're going to attack. And what we call international media as well, and as well as those the international organizations to come by themselves and thoroughly investigate who are the victims and show the reality with the and share these realities with the outside world.
I want to share this with you because a breaking news has come in. Perhaps it's also going to be useful for you. Here in India, the Ministry of External Affairs has just condemned the attacks that were carried out by the Pakistanis late last night in Kabul. And they've called out the action of the Pakistani Defence Forces by saying that this is perhaps the nature of the Pakistani armed forces, where time and again they've targeted civilian areas. In the past too, when Operation Sindoor was underway, the Pakistanis had targeted civilian areas here in India too. I just want one quick word from you in terms of expectation that the Afghans really have right now from India.
Yes, and thank you. We appreciate the Indians' stance on such a moment. Yes, we have been hearing and following the reports that India was the only country which condemned these attacks on the Afghan civilians. And so, as personally, in my view, I'm thanking the Indians for being with the Afghans at this moment, and at least trying to showcase the reality to the world of what's happening in the ground. And we expect the other countries as well not to go silent on these war crimes, what we call it, or what the officials call here. So they should condemn that, and they should urge the Pakistan to find a diplomatic solution to the challenges that they have. And if, again, I want to very briefly mention that what official says that TDP is not their problem. It is the Pakistan domestic affairs problem, and they should address it by themselves. They should not blame others for their failures at all.
Well, thank you very much, Hamid, for joining us on this broadcast. We're hoping to get you back this evening as we continue our rolling coverage from Afghanistan as yet another escalation that is seen on the ground. Thank you very much, Hamid.
Thank you for having me.
Well, in fact, this was the first report coming in from Kabul. In fact, Republic is the only Indian news network to have reported right from the place where these attacks were carried out. Pakistanis say that these are hideouts of the TTP. But in reality, it turns out that this was a hospital which was targeted by the Pakistanis. Taliban claims 400 people have lost their lives. Here's a ground report.
The hospital, that there were all civilians, that they were under the treatment for recovery, and most of them will be not good health. But the Pakistani jets have targeted that place. I go to that place, that hospital last night that is named Umaid Hospital, that it have 2,000 beds hospital, and the civilians were under treatment there. There were firing, and I speak to the people for the Republic. They said that the explosion was very heavy, and the jets have landed many bombs on that hospital. Unfortunately, in this morning, I speak with Alhamdulillah Fitrat, deputy spokesperson for Islamic Emirat. He said that in last night there was more than 500 killed and more than 200 injured. And now I'm in Wazir Muhammad Agha Khan Hospital, a big and famous hospital in Kabul city. The more relative, as I said that I speak with Alhamdulillah Fitrat, deputy spokesperson for Islamic Emirat of Taliban. He said for Republic that in last night attack there was more than 500 killed, but all were civilians that were admitted at the hospital for recovery, and there was hundreds injured. I sent some videos for Republic that you can see that there was all firing in that place, and there was a very big destruction in that place. And now I'm in Wazir Muhammad Agha Khan Hospital. This is a big hospital in the Kabul city. I speak with doctors and here. They said that last night they get some more than hundreds injured here in this hospital in the emergency department, and also dozens of injured are in.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरप्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा हूँ नहीं तो तुम तो करेंगे अनुसरण होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला चलो वो टका गाड़ी में चला
US did not anticipate retaliatory strikes from Iran after the initial strikes by Washington. This is now being accepted by Donald Trump. as he says he was surprised that Iran attacked Gulf countries at the beginning of the war.
They weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. And the other one, they fought back. They could have yielded. But think of it, if we weren't around, they had tremendous power. They had thousands of missiles, most of which we've terminated.
Videos circulating online appear to show Iranian Space Research Center in Tehran and headquarters of Iran's cyber police in Hamadan engulfed in flames, with thick smoke rising following reported strikes. Iran says that the US and Israeli strikes have damaged around 43,000 residential and commercial buildings across the country, though no details have been released about military losses. Officials say more than 1,300 people have been killed in Iran, around 850 in Lebanon, and at least 12 in Israel. At least 13 US military personnel have also died, including 6 who were killed in a plane crash in Iraq last week. In Tehran, Iranian Red Crescent rescue members were seen searching for survivors after an airstrike reportedly hit a building near Shohada Square and Pirozi Street in the eastern part of the capital. Iran's Joint Military Command has warned that logistical and service facilities supporting the US aircraft carrier Gerald Ford in the Red Sea could be considered targets.
حضور ناو هواپیمابر جرالد فورد آمریکا در دریای سرخ به عنوان تهدیدی علیه جمهوری اسلامی ایران محسوب می‌گردد. لذا مراکز لوجستیکی و خدمات دهی به ناوگروه یاد شده در دریای سرخ به عنوان هدف نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران محسوب می‌شوند.
Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump said that he has asked several countries to send warships to help keep the Strait of Hormuz open, a key route for global oil supplies. Fears of a global energy crisis remain as tensions continue to escalate, even as a small number of ships continue to pass through the strategic waterway.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू अरे आलू से नहीं होगा তিনটা কমাল কিনা নিচে আপনি গাড়ি পূর্ণ হলা তাহলে ওটা গাড়ি মাথা
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, tensions are escalating between Afghanistan and Islamabad. Now, in the latest attack on a hospital in Kabul, at least 400 people have been killed and about 250 injured. Taliban claims it's a crime against humanity, while Pakistan says it was just targeting TTP hideouts. We'll get you all the details on that. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Afghanistan Taliban government claims 400 killed and over 250 injured so far in Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul last night. Republic reports from ground zero of the attack on a rehab center in Kabul. The Afghan government has termed the attack as a slaughterhouse of dreams. Following a Republic Tolo joint broadcast, breaking news emerges. Kabul has now confirmed there will be no talks with Islamabad. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, NIA now arrests 6 Ukrainians and 1 US man accused of training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India. After Shivalik's second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India, third crude oil tanker Jag Ladki docks tonight at 8 p.m. US Embassy in Baghdad hit again. Dramatic video shows explosion as SeaRAM air defense attempts to intercept drones. All right, here's the top focus at this hour. Breaking news coming in as Minister of Commerce and Industry of India, Piyush Goyal says while addressing the Lok Sabha that he has stated this is the new era for Indian markets. Now, that's a big statement coming in from the Commerce Minister, Piyush Goyal, who now says that this is the era for Indian markets. Now, he was addressing at the lower house of the Parliament, Lok Sabha, and while addressing, he's now made a big statement regarding India's growth story. He says that this era that we're living in right now is the era for Indian markets. Now, remember, Indian economy has been performing resiliently despite the global churns that we have been witnessing, right from wars to even global markets crashing and the oil price surge. But Indian economy has been resilient throughout, and we're now looking at a big statement made by Piyush Goyal, Commerce Minister, on the floor of the House in Lok Sabha. He now says that this is a new era for Indian markets. That's the statement that is coming from the Commerce Minister as he was addressing the House. He was talking about India's growth story, and he now says that this is the new era for Indian markets. This is the era where India will be receiving a lot of investments. India, in fact, will be writing its growth story to achieve the aim of a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And he highlights that how, despite the global churns, Indian economy has been resilient throughout. In fact, and now he says that the current era that we are living in is the new era for Indian markets. Now, remember, this also comes on the heels of several FTA agreements that India, in fact, has signed. We have signed one with the US, one, in fact, we have signed with the UK, New Zealand, Australia, Oman. Several FTAs have been signed by India in the recent past, and we're now looking at India moving towards its goal of Viksit Bharat.
by 2047. In fact, let's take a listen as to what the Commerce Minister has said on India's growth story.
हमारे देश की जो काबिलियत है, हमारे देश में जो अलग अलग प्रकार के उद्योग और जो कौशल है देश का, उसमें सर्विसेज सेक्टर में भी हमने बहुत बढ़त की है। और माननीय निशिकांत जी को खुशी होगी, मैं आपके माध्यम से बताना चाहूँगा, पूरे देश को, सदन को खुशी होगी कि सर्विसेज एक्सपोर्ट में अमूलचूल बढ़त भारत ने पिछले 3 वर्षों 4 वर्षों में की है। उसके तहत अगर आप देखें मर्चेंडाइज और सर्विस दोनों को जोड़ के जब हम देखते हैं तो जो ट्रेड डेफिसिट है वो साधारणतः 1.25% जीडीपी का हर वर्ष रहा है। बीच में तो सरप्लस में भी हम आ गए थे 4 साल पहले। ऐसी परिस्थिति में हमने सिर्फ एक आंकड़ा देखने के बदले व्यापक रूप से निर्यात कैसे होगा, किन चीज़ों में कंपेटिटिव एडवांटेज है, यानी विश्व के सब देशों के सामने हमारी स्पर्धा में खड़े रहने में कैसी चीज़ें हैं, कौन से वो वस्तु हैं, कौन सी वो सेवाएं हैं जिसमें हम स्पर्धा में आगे जा सकते हैं। हमारा ध्यान उस पर आकर्षित है। और जिस तेजी से आखिर आज की इतनी बड़ी दुनिया में जो संकट है, उसमें कोई भी सोच सकता था स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज में शिप्स जा नहीं सकती हैं, फ्रेट 3 गुना हो गया है, इंश्योरेंस मिलता नहीं है। इस सब के बावजूद पिछले महीने फरवरी तक हमारा ट्रेड गुड्स का भी, सर्विसेज तो चलो शिप से नहीं जानी है, सर्विसेज में तो हर महीने बढ़त हो रही है, लेकिन गुड्स भी फरवरी तक फ्लैट है, घटा नहीं है। मार्च में भी लगभग मंथ के एंड तक, पहले हफ्ते में थोड़ी कमजोरी दिखी, दूसरे हफ्ते में पॉजिटिव हो गया और मार्च के एंड तक हम फिर एक बार मेंटेन कर लेंगे भारत का एक्सपोर्ट।
Now, as the tensions escalate between Islamabad and Afghanistan, India unequivocally has condemned Pakistan's barbaric airstrike on the Omid Addiction Treatment Hospital in Kabul on the night of March 16. This is a cowardly and unconscionable act of violence that has claimed the lives of a large number of civilians in a facility which can by no means be justified as a military target. That's the statement coming in from MEA. In fact, it further reads, Pakistan is now trying to dress up a massacre as a military operation. MEA says that this heinous act of aggression by Pakistan is also a blatant assault on Afghanistan's sovereignty and a direct threat to regional peace and stability. It also says it reflects Pakistan's persistent pattern of reckless behavior and its repeated attempts to externalize its internal failures through increasingly desperate acts of violence beyond its borders. That this act was carried out during the holy month of Ramadan, a time of peace, reflection and mercy among Muslim communities across the world, makes it all the more reprehensible. There is no faith, no law and no morality that can justify the deliberate targeting of a hospital and its patients. Now, India, in fact, has condemned the strikes on a hospital in Kabul in strongest terms, calling it a heinous act. In fact, all right, my colleague Abhishek Kapoor now joins me in more details on this. Abhishek, we're looking at a very strong worded statement coming in from New Delhi condemning the strikes on a hospital in Kabul by Pakistan.
Well, naturally so. And you know what happened to Ummah, what happened to Ramzan or Ramadan, and what happened to the month of piety. The fact that, as we are seeing in the case of West Asia, so in the case of Pakistan, remember this is second round of hostilities essentially getting initiated from the Pakistani side on the issue of Durand Line, and this time at least the fatalities have been high. Afghanistan reports suggest about 400 plus civilians killed or maimed in these Pakistani air strikes, and Afghanistan has taken a very strong position and condemned them, and possibly this would follow a round of counter strikes as we have seen every time. But what is important is Pakistan continues to remain a sponsor of military and non-military instability in the region, like in the case of India with all the terror proxies that Pakistan cultivates and deploys in Jammu and Kashmir and other parts of the country, to Afghanistan, where their military is directly involved in these operations. It's a case of a rogue nation creating trouble around the neighborhood, and the Afghans are really realizing it to their detriment of the consequences of having once collaborated in any manner with Pakistan or the Pakistani deep state. India, of course, condemning it strongly. We have done it every time. And as a victim of Pakistan born and bred terror, we can understand from where this strong reaction from Afghanistan is coming and what the Afghans must be feeling at the manner in which their sovereignty and territorial integrity is sought to be breached and compromised, and civilians killed. Not the first time that civilians have been targeted by Pakistan in these airstrikes in Kabul and other cities, including Kandahar, including Paktia and Paktika. This was just about 5 days back that we had seen similar round of airstrikes being carried out by Pakistan. Now, Pakistan might claim that they are targeting the rogue Taliban elements, but rogue or not, Taliban is something which has had a historical umbilical link with Pakistan, and the fact that Pakistan refuses to talk to them and use diplomacy and instead deploys its army even in the holy month of Ramzan clearly shows how rogue the military-industrial complex of Pakistan has really gone, Ishta.
Right, of course, and we stand in solidarity with Afghanistan at this moment because, as you said, we have also been at the receiving end of terror by Pakistan. But I want to ask you, because, we have not just condemned, we have also called out the justification given by Pakistan in this. We have called out that it is just another attempt by Pakistan to externalize its internal failures. All right, we'll try and connect with my colleague there. But viewers, that's the latest response coming in from India, condemning the strikes by Pakistan on a hospital in Kabul in a very strong worded statement. We've not just called out the strikes, but we've also called out the justification, which in fact has been given by Islamabad, saying it is just another attempt by Pakistan to externalize its internal failures. We've said this attack was carried out during the holy month of Ramadan, and this in fact goes against any international norms that have been laid out. All right, in fact, we're getting you visuals of those attacks as well, right from inside the hospital where the attack took place, and the latest statement that is coming from New Delhi condemning the strikes and also pledging support to Afghanistan, saying that how this attack goes against the sovereignty of the country as well as goes against the rights of humans. It's a crime against humanity is what India is saying, and saying that it's a repeated pattern that in fact Pakistan engages in. It's a repeated pattern of reckless behavior on their part where they continue to export terror from their country. And now, viewers, Republic is the only Indian networker to report from Kabul following the airstrikes that targeted a rehabilitation center. Now, take a look at this ground report that tells you about this attack and how it unfolded on the Afghan soil. Take a look.
The hospital, that there were all civilians, that they were under the treatment for recovery, and most of them will be not good health, but the Pakistani jet have targeted that place. I go to that place, that hospital last night that is named Umaid Hospital, that it have 2,000 beds hospital, and the civilians were under treatment there. There were firing, and I speak to the people for the Republic. They said that the explosion was very heavy, and the jets have landed many bombs on that hospital. Unfortunately, in this morning, I speak with Alhamdulillah Fitrat, deputy spokesperson for Islamic Emirat. He said that in last night there was more than 500 killed and more than 200 injured. And now I'm in Wazir Mohammed Agha Khan Hospital, a big and famous hospital in Kabul city. The more relative, as I said that I speak with Alhamdulillah Fitra, deputy spokesperson for Islamic Emirat of Taliban. He said for Republic that in last night attack, there was more than 500 killed, but all were civilians that were admitted at the hospital for recovery, and there was hundreds injured. I sent some videos for the public that you can see that there was all firing in that place, and there was a very big destruction in that place. And now I'm in Wazir Muhammad Akbar Khan Hospital. This is a big hospital in the Kabul city. I speak with doctors and here. They said that last night they get some more than hundreds injured here in this hospital in the emergency department, and also dozens of injured are in.
And now, viewers, Donald Trump has said that he was surprised that Iran attacked the Gulf countries at the beginning of this war, while also adding that Iran was not supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Take a look at his latest statement.
US did not anticipate retaliatory strikes from Iran after the initial strikes by Washington. This is now being accepted by Donald Trump. As he says, he was surprised that Iran attacked Gulf countries at the beginning of the war.
They weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. And the other one, they fought back. They could have yielded. But think of it, if we weren't around, they had tremendous power. They had thousands of missiles, most of which we've terminated.
All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, exposing a major terror conspiracy against India. NIA arrests 7 foreigners accused of training Myanmar militants and getting drones via India. US Embassy in Baghdad hit again. Dramatic video shows explosion as the C-RAM air defense systems intercepts drones.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू नहीं का तुम तो करा जी अरे अनुसरण होगा हो गया तुम तो कमाल किया तुम नीचे अब तुम फिर गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मारवा
Right, we've got breaking news coming in. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju in the Lok Sabha has now moved a proposal for revoking the suspension of 8 opposition members. Now, the suspension of the MPs in Parliament has been revoked, and this consensus was reached in all party meeting convened by the Speaker today. Now, it has been decided that MPs will not be using placards or AI-generated photos and maintain decorum of the House. Name of the suspended MPs whose suspensions have now been revoked by the Speaker today after the decision in all-party meeting with the opposition members yesterday. The names include Amrinder Singh, Raja Waring, Manikam Tagore, Gurjeet Singh, Hibi Eden, C. Kiran Kumar Reddy, Prashant Yedorao, and as well as S. Venkateshan and D.N. Kuriakose. So those are the names of the 8 MPs whose suspension have now been revoked. This comes after there was an all-party meeting that took place, and now in fact Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju had moved a proposal, a motion to revoke the suspensions, and now their suspension has been revoked in the Parliament. This is what we're looking at, the latest coming in from Parliament. Kiran Rijiju, in fact, moving a proposal to revoke the suspension of the 8 opposition MPs. And now, after the revocation, it has been decided that all the members in Parliament will not be using placards as well as AI-generated photos, and they will be maintaining decorum of the House. All right, my colleague Harsha now joins with more details on this. Harsha, so we understand that the suspension of the 8 MPs have now been revoked, and there is a consensus among the opposition and the government regarding the use of placards and the AI-generated photographs inside the Parliament.
Yes, you rightly pointed out. Now, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has moved a proposal in the Lok Sabha to revoke the suspension of all the suspended 8 MPs in the Parliament. Let me tell to all our viewers that on 3rd of February, all these 8 members of Parliament, they were suspended from the Lok Sabha because of creating disruption, ruckus and chaos in the Lok Sabha. We saw during the first part of the budget session how they were on the top of the table. They were top of the table of the Secretary General. Not only this, they tried to jump towards the well, to move towards the Speaker, and that was the reason, after several reminders and warnings to them by the Speaker, they were suspended on 3rd of February during the first part of the budget session. These names of these MPs they are majorly from the Congress party. They were Raja Amrinder Singh Waring, Hibi Eden, Manikam Tagore, and there was Pratap Singh Prodole, there was Kiran Reddy, and also there were leaders like Dean Jose and one more. In total, 8 MPs were suspended in the first part of the budget session, and yesterday there was an all-party meeting which was called by the Speaker, where the floor leaders of the Congress, TMC, Samajwadi Party, DMK, BJP, all were present there. In that all-party meeting, the Speaker categorically told to all the opposition party leaders that if they will not mend their ways and if they will not improve their ways of the protocol in the Lok Sabha, then their suspension will not be revoked. And if the opposition leaders want the suspension to be revoked, they have to follow the proceedings and the decorum of the House. And it was assured by the opposition party leaders to the Speaker that let the suspension of the MPs be revoked and there will be no disruption and chaos from the side of opposition party. And the Speaker categorically also mentioned there will be no placards, no tearing down papers in the Lok Sabha, and also there will be no standing up and going towards the well by the opposition party leaders. Only then the suspension will be revoked. After opposition just assured Speaker that nothing like this will happen in the Lok Sabha, today Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju today in the Lok Sabha have moved a proposal to revoke the suspension of these 8 MPs. Let me tell you, from today, now the suspension is moved. Everyone has accepted the motion which has been moved, and now all these MPs are free to come to the Lok Sabha. They can come and join the proceedings. Already the discussion on the demand for grants for the railway, agriculture and one more ministry are underway. There will be response response of Ashwini Vaishnav today in Lok Sabha regarding the demand of grants for the railways, and that is the reason today's suspension is revoked. From today onwards, these suspended MPs who could not attend the major chunk of the budget session, and in fact one entire week of the second part of the budget session, they are allowed to come from today to the Lok Sabha, attend the proceedings, in fact take part in the debates and discussions as well. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. So it does seem like a major breakthrough that has come in, right after the revocation of their suspension of the 8 opposition MPs. We could now see that the deadlock has been broken, and we could see the proceedings from now on go smoothly in the House.
Yes, after the revoking of the suspension of these 8 MPs, because for the most part of the budget session, these MPs were not part of the proceeding, debates and discussion, and opposition leaders were continuously requesting and demanding from the Speaker to revoke their suspension. The major reason why they were not revoked, their suspension was not revoked, because of the behavior of opposition party. The entire country has witnessed the scenes of the Lok Sabha, the scenes where women MPs tried to ghirao the place where Prime Minister Narendra Modi was supposed to sit and make his speech on the budget session. That didn't happen. Also, they jumped on the top of the table of the Secretary General. The disruption, the chaos going towards the well, and also carrying the placards, tearing the papers down in the Lok Sabha. These were the acts of the opposition party leaders, and therefore the suspension was not being revoked after continuous reminders as well. Kiran Rijiju multiple times stated that if the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi will not speak to his leaders and they will not get their act straight and follow the decorum of the House, till then suspension will not be revoked. After multiple reminders and warnings also, the act of opposition remains same. But yesterday, Speaker took a meeting where he categorically stated that if you want the leaders of your party to attend the proceeding, then they must ensure the decorum of the House. They must ensure that there's no placard, no sloganeering, no shouting, no carrying utensils inside the Lok Sabha. After it was accepted by the opposition party leaders, then only their suspension has been revoked. This could be seen as a major ending of a deadlock between opposition party and between the ruling party. Ruling party since day one wants the discussion to happen. It's a very important session. Each and every ministry needs money. Railway ministry needs money. The citizens of the country need money. There is the development in the railway sector, agriculture sector, textile sector. There is ministry, and each and every demand for grants has to be given. And that is the reason this discussion is very important, where the opposition MPs wanted to participate. Back to you.
Right, of course, it's a major breakthrough that has now come in for the House to function smoothly and efficiently. Thank you, Harsha, for joining us and giving us those details. Now we are shifting focus to more developments we're getting from the war in West Asia. Now the US Embassy in Baghdad has been struck again following a drone incursion. Now just days before, the embassy was attacked by an Iranian missile strike and hit its helipad, and this comes after Iran has now recently vowed to retaliate following the heavy bombardment of the Karg island by the US, destroying most of its infrastructure. Now we have more on this story. Take a look at this report.
Several explosions were reported in Baghdad as the US Embassy was hit by a drone incursion, setting the structure on fire. US CRAM system intercepted the incoming drone attack targeting the embassy. An Iran-linked militia force in Iraq has claimed responsibility for the attack. The militia also released a drone video showing how they scouted the compound before carrying out the attack. According to an official, 3 drones and 4 rockets were used in the attack, with at least 1 drone crashing inside the compound. Recently, missile strikes also hit the helipad inside the heavily fortified embassy compound in Baghdad. This is the 3rd time the embassy has been targeted in the ongoing war. So far, US embassies, military bases, and oil infrastructure in the Gulf have been key targets of the Iranian retaliatory strikes. As the embassy was being hit, fresh drone attacks were also launched at the Fujairah Petroleum Industries Zone, setting the structure on fire. This comes after Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi vowed to launch retaliatory strikes following heavy bombardment on Karg Island.
Now, here's coming up on the other side. Taliban government claims 400 killed and over 250 injured so far in Pakistan airstrikes in Kabul last night. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, and now arrests 7 foreigners accused of training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। उनका कमाल गिरा तो नीचे अब उसमें गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ज़्यादा गोटे का गाड़ी मार रहा है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Pakistan again targets civilians, this time in Afghanistan. Pakistan strikes hit drug rehabilitation hospital in Kabul. Afghanistan Taliban government claims 400 killed and over 250 injured so far in Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul last night. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, NIA arrests 7 foreigners accused of training Myanmar militants and routing the drones through India. After Shivalik, second LPG carrier Nanda Devi arrives in India, docked at the Kandla port in Gujarat. US Embassy in Baghdad hit again. Dramatic video shows explosion as the air defense attempts to intercept. A very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The LPG tanker Nanda Devi has now arrived at a port in Gujarat carrying 46,500 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas. This is the second LPG carrier to reach India's west coast after Shivalik docked at Mundra port just yesterday. The cargo will be transferred to one more ship later on. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's put out the latest information that we have for our viewers. Latest information that we have for our viewers. Nanda Devi has docked at a port in Gujarat, and the latest update coming in here is that now the next set of operations would be beginning. It's a big energy relief, by the way, for India. LPG tanker Nanda Devi has arrived at the Gujarat port. Nanda Devi, this is an Indian tanker carrying about 46,000 plus metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas (LPG) arrived in Gujarat just a short while back after safely navigating the Strait of Hormuz, making it the second LPG carrier arriving in India in 2 days. On Monday, Indian LPG carrier Shivalik carrying about 40,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas reached Mundra Port in Gujarat. That happened yesterday. The chief officer of Nanda Devi vessel said that the initiative was taken by the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Shipping Corporation of India, with the Indian and Iranian navies providing the important assistance to cross the Strait of Hormuz, a critical naval choke point disrupted by the Mid-East war. All right, let's go straight across to our colleagues. I think we have Harsh live with us. Let's go to Harsh. Harsh, so yesterday Shivalik docked at the Mundra port, and now right hand of our screen, Nanda Devi has been docked at the other port in Gujarat. Of course, now the next set of operations will begin, so the cargo will be transferred. Yes, over to you, Harsh.
Well, right, Shivangi. In fact, this is the biggest breaking earlier this morning that another LPG carrier carrying nearly 48,000 metric tons of liquid petroleum gas has been docked in Gujarat's Vadinar Port. And this is in Gujarat's Jamnagar. Earlier in the evening yesterday, another carrier, Shivalik, was docked in Gujarat's Mundra Port. Now, together, both of these carriers are carrying nearly 92,000 metric tons of liquid petroleum gas. If official figures are to be believed, this figure is enough to supply 1 full day of India's LPG demands. And another great point of relief is that these are the first 2 carriers that have crossed the Strait of Hormuz, while 22 other Indian carriers are still stuck there. But this is at least some relief here, because ministry has continued to maintain that although India is in a very comfortable position in terms of crude oil, in terms of petroleum, however, there are some cause of concern with regards to LPG. However, 2 big LPG carriers that are now docked in Indian ports, this is a big sign of relief. In fact, the port ministry yesterday also informed that the docking of these carriers were prioritized, and all of the documentation process was completed beforehand, so that the shipping and transfer of goods can be done on a priority basis, so that these the LPG that has arrived in India can be supplied to the designated consumers, to the designated states, and hence this priority work and the documentation was done beforehand. And this is the biggest breaking earlier this morning that we have fetched, that another carrier carrying nearly 48,000 metric tons of LPG has been docked in Gujarat's Vadinar Port, that's in the Jamnagar district.
That's right. Okay, let's go to my colleague who's joining us. We are being joined by Sorali, who is in Bhuj, Gujarat, which is not too far away from Kandla, where the Nanda Devi has been docked. It's one of the ports there. Yes, go ahead, Sorali. So what is happening in Bhuj, Gujarat? We know that it's a little restricted area, so it's a little difficult to get close to that vessel. However, what are you picking up so far?
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, one of the first 2 ships from the fleet of Indian subcontinent, that is Shivalik and Nanda Devi, are docked at the Gujarat ports. Right now, Shivalik was yesterday docked at Mundra Port, and now today, in the morning itself, Nanda Devi was docked at Vadinar Port, which is near Jamnagar also. We are tracking this entire story closely, and if we talk about both the shipments, around about 92,700 metric tons of LPG in at times, when in past entire week we have seen chaos being flagged up in several industries, may it be hoteling industry, educational institutes or hospitals. Also, we have seen long queues for domestic cylinder gases. And in such circumstances wherein US President Donald Trump, US is a very powerful country, but still they had to request 7 other countries to, safeguard vessels and containers which are stuck in the Strait of Hormuz right now, so that the global trade is not affected. We all know that 1/5 of the global trade oil transit passes through the same Strait of Hormuz, which is a very strict checkpoint right now under the control of Iranian government. And this is the power of Indian diplomacy right now, the way back channeling and conversations and consistent dialogue with Iranian authorities. Indian government has made it possible that both the ships pass through the same Strait of Hormuz, and now they are docked at the Indian ports. We also have the information that on one hand, wherein Shivalik, 20,000 metric tons of gas will be unloaded here at Mundra Port. On the other hand, rest 24 to 25,000 will be unloaded at Mangalore Port. So this is how the distribution is strategized by the Indian government. And as rightly pointed out by our colleague, that Indian government has also declared more than 20 ships and containers are still lying in the Persian Gulf on the western side, and consistent efforts are in way. So more ships can be expected. On the other hand, talking about the Jug Ladki, which also passed the Strait of Hormuz, is also expected to be docked at one of the ports. We are still waiting for the official confirmation, but that ship will be carrying 80,000 metric tons of crude oil.
Yes, absolutely. So that ship will be coming in tonight around 8 p.m. Surali, that's what we know so far. Now there are 22 Indian flag vessels remaining in the Persian Gulf, carrying about 611 seafarers. From the latest update that we have, Surali, and perhaps you can talk a little bit more about on this, the crew of these ships are safe as well. It took a lot of diplomacy for us to get to this point, Surali.
Yes, exactly. That's very true, that how Indian diplomacy has played in this very crucial and conflict-driven time, because all the crew members, if we talk about Shivalik, more than 27 crew members with the captain were present. On the other hand, even if we talk about the Nanda Devi ship, more than 20 crew members were present, and all of them were safely escorted. Also here, it's a very important point that Indian Navy ships and helicopters escorted them from the Strait of Hormuz, but diplomacy, back channel conversations and dialogue has played very important role, because the ships were safely escorted. No attack on the crew members or ship. They were very safely escorted from the Strait of Hormuz, which is very important. One important point over here is that it was not a blanket arrangement for all the containers which are stuck over there, but very individualistic approach was taken down by Indian government. And External Minister Jaishankar has also said that he is consistently in connection with the Iranian authorities for rest of the ships to be safely escorted from the same strict checkpoint, which is right now under the control of Iranian authorities.
That's right. Surali, well, thank you for getting us all those details. Big updates coming in here. Energy relief for India, because as these vessels are coming in, they're carrying a lot of LPG and crude oil. We'll put out those pictures for you on your screen. Vessel Shivalik, cargo around 46,000 metric tons of LPG, and what it solves are problems such as reducing LPG cylinder shortage, one of the big problems that it is reducing. Also, let's go ahead to some of the other ships which have docked. Let's go straight across to the next ship. Okay, we'll talk a little bit more about these ships which are docking, and we are getting some reactions coming in. So all in all, it's a big energy relief, because we see that a lot of LPG is coming in, a lot of crude oil is coming in. It's going to help our refineries running. It's going to solve LPG problems and energy problems here back at home in India. Getting some reactions. Let's go ahead and play out those reactions.
उसकी वजह से जो LPG के शिप्स हैं वो स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज से आने लगे हैं, तो उसमें जो 2 वेसल्स आए हैं, उसमें एक वेसल कल आया है MT शिवालिक। वो वेसल मुंद्रा में पार्ट डिस्चार्ज करेगा और उसके बाद वो अभी तक जो हम लोगों के पास इन्फॉर्मेशन है इंडियन ऑयल से, वो यहाँ पे शिप टू शिप ट्रांसफ़र के लिए वाड़ीनार आएगा। तो मदर वेसल से डॉटर वेसल में ट्रांसफ़र होगा और फिर वो डॉटर वेसल को आगे डिस्पैच करेंगे फॉर पोर्ट्स ऑन द सदर्न पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री एंड ऑन द ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री। उसी तरह से आज वाड़ीनार में सुबह 2:30 पे नंदा देवी वेसल LPG लेके आया है। 47,000 मेट्रिक टन्स के LPG लेकर के आया है। तो इसमें भी जो प्लान ये है कि इसको शिप टू शिप ट्रांसफ़र होगा ये, और BW बर्च नाम के वेसल में ये ट्रांसफ़र होगा वॉल्यूम। और फिर ये अभी तक की जो हम लोगों को कम्युनिकेशन है, ये वेसल जो डॉटर वेसल है ये एनोर जाएगा और हल्दिया जाएगा, तो ऑन द ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री जाएगा। जो पोर्ट का इसमें रोल है, जो वाड़ीनार का रोल है और एज अ पोर्ट जो हम लोगों को काम करना है इसमें, वो हम लोगों का इसका फैसिलिटेशन का काम है कि एफिशिएंटली ये ऑपरेशन हो जाए। शिप टू शिप ऑपरेशन एक स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेशन है जो यहाँ पे वाड़ीनार में होता रहा है, तो कोई मतलब पहली बार नहीं हो रहा है, ये रेगुलर प्रैक्टिस है जो हम लोग करते रहे हैं।
We're getting some more updates coming in. The National Investigation Agency has arrested 7 foreigners, including 6 Ukrainians and 1 US citizen, for allegedly training Myanmar militants and routing drones through India. Now, the arrests follow an investigation into their illegal travel through Mizoram into conflict-affected zones. Now, the accused were arrested at airports in Lucknow, in Delhi, and Kolkata, and they have been charged under the UAPA. So this is terror conspiracy which has been exposed. This is special NIA court has remanded 7 foreigners for 11 days. And the 7 foreigners include 3 Ukrainians who were arrested in Delhi, 3 from Lucknow, 1 US citizen from Kolkata. The additional sessions judge Prashant Sharma conducted the hearing in a closed courtroom. All right, let's go across to my colleagues. We are being joined by Shambhavi and Lin Thoy. Both of our colleagues are joining us live. Yes, let's go to Shambhavi first. Shambhavi, NIC had sought 15 days of custody for these foreigners, but the way they entered India is that they came to India on a visa, then they entered Mizoram, which is a protected area, and then they entered Myanmar. So they had this plan in mind and they executed it. However, they were caught. Yes, Shambhavi.
Right, and when we talk about their route, of course, they enter visa, and for foreign nationals to enter Mizoram, they need a special kind of permit from FRO. That is one requirement, and from there they were trying to move into conflict-hit Myanmar. Now, what was the route that they took before entering India? What are the other details related to it? It is still a point of investigation for NIA. NIA is currently investigating on 3 points. One is what was their route. They're trying to trace their route even before entering India to understand what are their associations, who are the people they are involved with. The second point that they're investigating is making sure that their mobile data is properly assessed to assess what was their funding coming from, where was their funding coming from, to track their funding. The third is to also examine and make sure that none of their social media platforms is left, because even in previous such cases, whenever such foreign nationals or anybody for that matter is arrested under UAPA, social media has played a very huge role in their entire planning and when they try to propagate their views. So these three points is being investigated, but we know for sure that they were successful in entering India and even Mizoram for that matter without that special permit which is required by the foreign, and all those 7 foreign nationals, which include 6 Ukrainian citizens and 1 US citizens, they entered and they were trying to also, it is alleged that they were trying to route the drones through India and plan some dark terror plot. Back to you, Shivangi.
All right, Shambhavi. Let's go to Lin Thoy. Lin Thoy is joining us. Lin Thoy, you know, we'll talk a little bit more about how these foreigners, how they entered. Shambhavi told us that. But then they entered Mizoram. They came on a visa to India. They entered Mizoram. And then they entered Myanmar. And they bought a huge consignment of drones from Europe. You know, this is very, very shocking how they really carried that out. What do you know so far about how they entered the northeastern area of India?
Actually, there are several illegal routes which the illegal foreigners try to enter India, and from foreign countries also try to enter Myanmar by crossing this northeast region. Very factual that Manipur and Myanmar has a very porous border with this Myanmar. So the border fencing is a very it is a very weak the border fencing along this Manipur and Myanmar is a very weak one. So from these routes, they are trying to enter. They enter Myanmar from that route. There are illegal transit points towards Myanmar also. So this is the point one. And also about this, I think it is during the Manipur conflict time. So the ex-chief minister of Manipur, N. Biren Singh, has also reacted and applauded NIA for such uncover. Back to Sunil.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us there. Thank you for joining us there. And Anthoy getting us all those updates. So is Shambhavi getting us all these updates which are coming in. And what we have told our viewers right now is that this big terror conspiracy has been exposed, thankfully, just in time. Okay, let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking, getting some more breaking news coming in. More police officials transferred in West Bengal. New postings are out. Let's tell you what the new postings are. Breaking news coming in from West Bengal. Dr. Rajesh Kumar Singh be posted as the ADG and IGP South Bengal region. Then we see K. Jaya Raman, IPS 90 and 91, be posted as ADG and IGP North Bengal region. Dr. Pranav Kuntar, IPS 2003, be posted as Commissioner of Police, Asansol, Durgapur. So I'm just reading out the new postings which are out. Then we have Akhilesh Kumar Chaturvedi, IPS 2005, be posted as Commissioner of Police, Havara. Then we have Amit Kumar Singh, IPS 2009, be posted as Commissioner of Police, Barrackpore. Sunil Kumar Yadav, posted as Commissioner of Police, Chandannagar. The directions of the commission to be implemented with immediate effect, and a report will be also out after joining. Okay, so big updates coming in here. I'm just reading out the notification which has come out. So more officials are transferred in West Bengal. And there's some more information that it says the officers transferred out shall not be posted in any election-related posts till the completion of elections. Okay, let's go straight across to Harsha. Harsha, more officials transferred in Bengal. You know, we are very close to the West Bengal Assembly elections. They're just around the corner. And these transfers have happened. Usually we see transfer happen of the police officials, of the administration as well, sometimes just before crucial polls. So more officials have been transferred. What can you tell us more about this?
So Shivangi, there's a major reshuffling which has taken place in the state of West Bengal. Let me tell you that while the CEO, while the Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar, when he was in West Bengal for a tour delegation, he sought a report from the West Bengal government also regarding the police officials in whose presence the post-poll violence took place in the year 2021 during the assembly elections. And that's the reason why this major reshuffling could be seen. It's a major reshuffling keeping in mind that how it is very important that there should be fair election. Election Commission has been stating that for the fair and for a fair and the peaceful election, it's important that those who were deployed earlier, in whose presence the violence took place, those will not be given the duty and deployment this time. And that was the reason yesterday there was major shuffling. And if we see today, 4 police commissioners have been transferred. The new police commissioners will be joining from today only. They are the police commissioners of Asansol, Howrah, Barrackport, Jamnagar. They all have been transferred. The new will be joining, and the joining details and the compliance report will be shared with the CEC by the state government tomorrow by 11 o'clock. Not only this, the ADG and the IGP of South Bengal and North Bengal have also been transferred. The major shuffling also includes the SP of several districts. Let me tell to all our viewers that how these districts are of immense importance. The districts like Barasat, Cooch Behar, Birbhum, Islampur, Hooghly Rural, Diamond Harbour, Murshidabad, Basirhat, Malda, Purba Medinipur, DC Central Division, Kolkata, Jangipur, Paschim Medinipur. These are all those districts where immense violence was reported not only during assembly election but during Lok Sabha elections as well. And this time, as it is being stated by CEC, that the violence will not be allowed in any part, any district, in any polling station in West Bengal. Therefore, to ensure the peaceful election and violence-free election, the police officials majorly have been changed. They have been transferred and new postings have been done and also ordered by the Chief Election Commission at the time of the election. With the West Bengal election is just at the knack of time, and this major reshuffling could be seen as a major change for the state government as well, because these are all officials as well, which the CC have been stating that departmental inquiry was also not done against many officials who were deployed when the post-poll violence took place in the year 2021.
Yes, Harsha, and after these transfers happen, we see that Mamata Banerjee has written to the Election Commission of India. She has criticized and hit back at these transfers just before the polls. She's saying that this reshuffle was not needed at all. So the TMC clearly extremely angry about this transfer.
Yes, you rightly pointed out, TMC is extremely angry about these transfers because at the knack of time, the TMC was never expecting that such major reshuffling would be done. She was only expecting that the few reshufflings would be done majorly in the central Calcutta, southern part of the Kolkata and some in the North Bengal region. But the major reshuffling, the commissioners of the Calcutta region have been changed. The commissioner of Hooghly region, Asansol region have been changed. Barrackpur region have been changed. This is a huge setback for Mamata government. She was never expecting that such order will come from CC, and every day the police officials are being transferred, this being the major reason how much Election Commission of India is committed for a violence-free election in the state of West Bengal. In all the elections, West Bengal is the only state which has seen immense violence during the elections, not only assembly but as well during Lok Sabha elections as well. And this time CC has been continuously stating that there will be fearless election. No one has to be scared or be under fear before coming to the polling station, and there will be no violence as well. And that is the reason why this major reshuffling has come around the West Bengal election. Already the campaigns have begun. The elections will be held on 23rd and 29th of the 23rd and 29th of the April. And this is very important that how there should be officers deployed at the polling station who ensure that each and every citizens are arriving at polling booth without the fear that they will not be allowed to vote or there will be any sort of booth capturing. The highest number of booth capturing has been seen in the state of West Bengal by the Election Commission. There has been the immense booth capturing. There have been violence, clashes every time. And this time CC wants to ensure that there should be the violence-free election, and that is the reason why this major reshuffling has come around. The commissioners have been changed. The SP of major districts with the majority of minority population have also been reshuffled, transferred and changed this time. Back to you.
All right, thank you for joining us with all those details. Harsha joining us live from our Kolkata newsrooms. Thank you, Harsha, for getting us the latest more transfers just ahead of the West Bengal polls. Police officials have been transferred. TMC not too happy with that move. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Afghanistan Taliban government claims 400 have been killed and over 250 injured so far in Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul last night. And US Embassy in Baghdad hit again. A dramatic video shows explosion as the air defense attempts to intercept.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा? हो गया।
Let's look at the headlines at this hour. Pakistan again targets civilians, this time in Afghanistan. Pakistan strikes hit drug rehabilitation hospital in Kabul. Afghanistan Taliban government claims 400 killed and over 250 injured so far in Pakistani airstrikes in Kabul last night. Exposing a major terror conspiracy against India, NIA arrests 7 foreigners accused of training Myanmar militants and routing drones via India. After Shivalik's second LPG carrier, Nanda Devi arrives in India, docked at Kandla Port in Gujarat. US Embassy in Baghdad hit again. Dramatic video shows explosion as CRAM air defense attempts to intercept the Iranian drones. Now viewers, earlier Pakistan last night launched a deadly attack on Kabul.